for it. In the sunny months, all that I trust. And a naked lady shoots me with the fish. I want to go back. I want to fall back. Talk about turtle spit. It's on my lips, it's on my tongue, it's nothing wrong. Get off the bus now. Stubbs makes better feet. I think you'll agree. Hey! Thank you, Bloom. This is how you achieve. And it's all just rain only underneath the bridge, so the side of the today. Let me show you what I hate today. So she said, so she said, John Long's money was a song after that. Inside, kids are shuffle, wearing skin. Outside, waiting, lonely skeleton for his mom. Pick him up, take him home, and the looks so safe in bed. Worry about his needs. He has no friends to dance with. Inside, kids all shuffle, wearing skin. Outside, waiting, lonely skeleton.
Bluetooth disconnected. Bluetooth pairing.
Better with Bluetooth or without Bluetooth?
de-SPACs companies that went public via blank check, the expectation is that the co-founders and the SPAC founders likely would have every incentive to sell shares as quickly as possible, just given the fact that the company has only generated $1.6 million in revenue for the last 6 months, despite a more than $4 billion valuation. But it's going to be a tougher needle to thread for Donald Trump, again, given the fact that it is potentially his crown jewel. The stock does trade under his initials, DJT, and trying to not feel like he left some of those followers hanging, were he to quickly exit shares, and that would obviously pressure shares tremendously from the greater than $22 level they're trading at right now.
I mean, they've been pressured because he's returned to another social media site as well.
Yeah, the stock is down about 20% in the last 8 days. He has returned to X. He did that question and kind of conversation, I guess he called it, a chat with Elon Musk on X last week. So kind of the staying power of Truth Social being his megaphone of choice, that whole idea is kind of being thrown. That some investors maybe were leaning on, but the broader question of what can this company turn into obviously has been kind of in doubt, at least if you talk to traditional institutional investors, since it really announced this deal back in October 2021.
Baby lip shots all over the meme stocks this time. TJT, we appreciate it. Now, we turn our attention to another news story that we want to keep you up to speed with. British tech entrepreneur Mike Lynch and Morgan Stanley International Chairman Jonathan Bloomer are among those feared dead aboard the sunken wreckage of a luxury yacht off the coast of Sicily, following a statement from the Italian Coast Guard. One person is already confirmed dead. 6 others are missing, as after the boat sank following a violent storm early Monday. Lynch and his family were celebrating his recent acquittal from fraud charges with a small group of advisors. We're going to continue to bring you up.
Wait, they said a reporter was there? No, because I heard something in the morning, because some people think it's like fake. I know that sounds very insensitive to say, but there was like somebody, it wasn't just the boat. Who was it? Let me see if I can find it. Because there was something else happened. TXN Pop conference call. Oh yeah, big pop, 198 to 200. Great call out, yeah. That's going up there. TXN. I'm gonna try to find you that other headline there. What is that? No, because it was like one of the co-defendants. He disappeared too randomly. So like pretty much 2 people on this fraud case. One of them is on the yacht, and then they went missing. But yeah, then another rich billionaire guy. Yeah, I saw it something in the morning, but that's why I was like, oh no shit. Oh yeah, here it is. The co-defendant was killed in a car crash. Excuse me. And then the yacht got hit by a tornado. So yeah, the other guy, Mike Lynch, is missing since Monday in Italy. And the other guy died on the weekend in a car crash. Bro, TXN was nuts. That was a pop and lock. It still might move up. They're saying expects transition away from 150 mm to be completed by 2025, 2026. Which one gave you food poisoning? What's it? It's called like SD meal prep or something. It was good. It was good up until then, but then I don't know if it was their fault or mine, but after that I just couldn't eat their shit. Yeah, TXN's popping. Oh ho! I don't know who this is. Just blank. What's up, man? What's up, man? Thank you for your first, Mr. Blank. I can't even. Oh, you retracted the message? So now I don't even know what to say. I don't even know how to say your name, and you didn't. Okay, I'll take it. I like it. I like it, man. And then TXN still popping off of that. Again, they're giving updates on transition, but that is a very, very big pop. Bro, that's crazy. TXN does not move like that. So I think if you got in early, those contracts will be hitting, but be careful on any late stage ones. Yeah, that was weird. Euro close in 9 minutes. What are your thoughts on buying the leaps? for the long term to save to buy shares in the future, yeah. Unless you're buying like real big names that you know for a fact are gonna move a lot. So that's it. The leaps work if you buy a name that ends up moving quickly and largely, right? Because like just like Meta, you bought Meta, and then the stock goes up 500% in a year, then that actually goes up.
So, apparently reported by the headline from Deadline, Disney just cancelled the Alkalite Season 2. My oh my, what is going on here? Chat. What is going on here, Kathleen? Are your powers failing? What happened to the power of one too many? Oh man. Are the winds really blowing in a different direction? I must wonder, because you have to go back in time. If this was 2 years ago, 3 years ago, Disney would have kept going. Full on, we would have been looking down the barrel of an Alkalite Season 3 because those people did not care. My God, what is going on here? This does worry me. It worries me somewhat because I was looking forward to the Alkalite Season 2. I was looking forward to more jiggle physics. Oh yes, I was looking forward to more of that, please. But now, where's the fun? Where is the fun in Disney? Is Kathleen Kennedy losing her bite? Is it now all bark? I mean, it's not even bark apparently because she hasn't been saying much. The last thing she said was something to do with female directors struggling because of the Star Wars fandom being so male dominated. Now it is silence. It seems that male dominance does not want to go away. So when you make a show that is specifically catered to and focused on females, well, the men don't quite like that very much and they stop watching. This is somewhat disappointing, I must say. But it shows that perhaps things are finally changing. Perhaps there is hope for Star Wars fans. I recently made a video that Kathleen Kennedy will go when she wants to go. And that, for the most part, does hold true. But the going part of that statement seems to be in effect. Because if they are canceling the Alkalite, because you have to keep in mind, here's the thing about the Alkalite. Leslie Headland came out and said when Kathleen Kennedy was told about the story of the Alkalite, Kathleen Kennedy cried. She actually wept because she enjoyed that story so much. All those fires in space, all of that, women impregnating each other with the thread, the power of one, the power of two, the power of many, all of that made Kathleen Kennedy weep. So now, this is the show that made Kathleen Kennedy cry, and it's been cancelled. It's not going to make it to a season 2. That is just not the Kathleen Kennedy we have grown accustomed to in modern times. No, the Kathleen Kennedy we know does not stop. The force is female, irrespective of how much money she loses. How much did the Alkalite season 1 cost? $180 million? Nothing. That was nothing to Kathleen Kennedy. She would just keep going. She'd have made a season 2, a season 3, Obi-Wan, etc., etc. She didn't care. So this is interesting. Perhaps there is finally an iota of hope for Star Wars fans. And I would love to see the reaction on the internet. I would love to see these people celebrating as though they've actually won. Because they might actually be winning. They really might. Who knows? This does signify something different going on at Lucasfilm. It does. But I would hold off on all the celebrating if I were you Star Wars fans. Because sure, Kathleen Kennedy might be on her way out, but there is no guarantee that the person who replaces her will be any better. If you've ever looked at the leadership at Lucasfilm, just go on their website. It is a bunch of Kathleen Kennedy type people. You even got Dave Filoni there, and you've got the diversity and inclusion officer as well. What I'm trying to say is these people, they will not go down without a fight. They will not go gently into the night. No, this means war for these people. You see, what Star Wars was, it was an opportunity for them to have a popular IP that addressed, that screamed from the rooftops all of their ideology. So it's very important to them. So to be honest with you, I don't see that kind of crowd of people. I don't see that kind of group of people as the kinds of people who just let Star Wars go. No. So, yes, it's a win. It is a win for now. But I don't think that the war is at all even halfway close to over. I think there is still so much more chaos to come from Lucasfilm. Because at some point, whoever is going to take charge of that company, whoever is going to be put to replace Kathleen Kennedy, if it's not one of her Alkalites who would surely try to push more series or shows like The Alkalite, well, then that person is going to have to let go of all those people there. And a lot of those people are women. And the moment you decide to fire a bunch of women, you can rest assured you are waking up in the next morning with a class action lawsuit. So where does Disney go from here? Who knows? But it's a promising sign. It is, man, how much the world has changed since that one day, that one moment when someone was giving a speech and loud noises were sent towards his ear. Because again, I will say this again, if this was 3 to 4 or 5 years ago, no ways the Alkalite wasn't seeing a season 2. Perhaps it would have gotten cancelled once we got to season 3, but now, oh my gosh, this is interesting. Because what's happening? Let's now think about Disney in its totality between Marvel and Lucasfilm. Kevin Feige, he's brought back Robert Downey Jr., he's brought back the Russo brothers. There seems to be a reorientation of the Marvel brand towards just basic common sense and making movies that will entertain the predominantly male audience of their audience. And now you look at Lucasfilm, you have the Alkalite just got cancelled. I mean, the times are changing. Things have definitely changed. So could this be a good thing? Could this be a sign of an pending resignation from one Kathleen Kennedy? I don't know. But before you get your hopes up, you Star Wars fans, people have been whispering and saying that Kathleen Kennedy was going to resign for years upon years. Since The Last Jedi, people were saying Kathleen Kennedy was going to resign. And look at where we are now. It's 2024. And all you have to show for that is celebrating the cancellation of the Alkalite season 2. That's literally all you have to show. And the other thing that comes to mind before I close off this little rant or video of mine is this might indicate that Lucasfilm has been losing a lot of money. Because you have to think to yourself, it was pretty obvious, the Alkalite, 180 million, that show did not generate enough viewership to justify that budget at all. And I looked it up recently that the Rise of Skywalker had a budget of over 400 million. And then you go through all these shows, and apparently all these budgets were upwards of 100 million. The movies had budgets of upwards of 100, 200, 300 million. And then there was an article from Forbes that said Lucasfilm, from the profits they've made from their movies, have not yet made enough to justify the purchase, or to justify them purchasing the brand from George Lucas. That is actually insane. And the fact that this woman has stayed in charge of that company, because you have to think to yourself, these people behind the scenes, they could see these numbers, and still they didn't fire her for years. And now it's gotten to a point where shows are just getting cancelled. And again, The Alkalite was, I would argue, Kathleen Kennedy's baby. She apparently, according to Leslie Headland, loved the idea of that show. So to see this show getting cancelled after one season, it says a lot. So are you saved, Star Wars fans? Is everything fine now? Is this a sign of things to come? Will things improve from this point onwards? Who knows? But if I were you, I would not underestimate Kathleen Kennedy and her Alkalites. I would not do that. You people have been thinking that she was going to resign since The Last Jedi, and she has stayed in power. Even now, with everything that's been going on, what did she say? Or what are the rumors of what she said? She is thinking about resigning or retiring, but she wants to go out on a win. Yes, she is still dictating the terms of her departure. So before people start making videos saying, I don't see Kathleen Kennedy making it to 2025 at Lucasfilm, because people are going to start saying that. They will. But before you get carried away, do not forget, this is Kathleen Kennedy we are talking about. She is the immortal Joe of the Star Wars franchise. Anyway, let me leave it at that. I have said enough for this video, but this is interesting news. This is interesting news indeed.
Hollywood is in a hyper-political state right now, with even industry trades like Deadline Hollywood promising wall-to-wall coverage of this week's Democratic National Convention, as that is where the industry's loyalty lies. But this very clear political bias gives the industry the problem when it comes to dealing with issues and subject matters where reality and allegiance to certain political causes collide, as they have done in recent days, not just once, but twice, with Marvel's Bo DeMaio and DC's Joker himself, Joaquin Phoenix.
No!
Let's dive in.
No! Not Joaquin Phoenix. Don't tell me.
This video is sponsored by Black Forest Supplements. As we covered in our video released in the aftermath of the assassination attempt on President Trump, Hollywood has been captured by the Democratic Party since the 90s. Indeed, the centerpiece of that video was an article, again from Deadline Hollywood, gently suggesting that maybe, just maybe, it's time for Hollywood to reassess its allegiance to the party, as the ideological capture isn't doing them any favors with the audience. And as we're about to see here, the Bo DeMaio and Joaquin Phoenix situations are recent examples of just that. But before we get to them, and while we still have the assassination attempt on Trump fresh in mind, the establishment media complex memory hold that really fast, didn't they? What with both Google and a number of AI apps already claiming it never happened. If anything, to me as an outside observer, it looks like that whole incident was used to attack the Second Amendment in an attempt to take guns away from law-abiding Americans, in much the same way as the FDA is trying to take away Black Forest star product NMN. Not because it doesn't work, mind you, but because it works so well that they're trying to reclassify it as a performance-enhancing drug. NMN is vital for the functioning of 37 trillion cells in your body. A
37
study
trillion.
by Harvard claims that NMN can help reduce weight, cholesterol, and even blood pressure in overweight adults, meaning it not only slows down, but can functionally reverse aging.
What?
I've been taking it for several months now, and I can vouch for the positive benefits.
What?
I want you to experience them as well. And since Black Forest sponsors this video, for the next 48 hours, you can buy 2 and get 1 for free.
What the fuck?
So you can stock up now. while
Unleash
you
your
still can.
masculinity.
Link is in the
Damn, that
description.
shit looks badass.
With that, let's move on to the problems derived from Hollywood.
That shit looks
ideological
badass, I'm not even
capture.
gonna lie. I don't know, man. I should we try it, chat?
Bo DeMaio is
Try
the
it and hit up
showrunner on the
Jim
pretty
real quick.
well-received animated revival series X-Men '97. Or rather, he was the showrunner, because he was infamously fired, just as Season 1 premiered back in March. That was puzzling, because outwardly, there was no good reason why he should be fired. It emerged that he had an OnlyFans account, and that there were fairly explicit pictures on it. But this apparently was not the reason, as Disney reportedly were aware of it before he was hired to work for them in the first place. There then emerged rumors that he was difficult to work with, but there were no additional rumors to lend credibility to this. And in light of the ultimately positive reception to the series, you'd think that wouldn't matter much, as plenty in Hollywood are difficult to work with. Hence, in light of Marvel's recent track record then, in addition to DeMaio's own admission that he was hired specifically because Marvel wanted him to bring his perspective as a gay black man, many drew the conclusion that he had been fired because he hadn't made X-Men '97, how do I put this? He hadn't made the series quite gay enough for Marvel's liking. Now, that may not have been the ultimate reason, but in light of the information that was available, it was the most natural conclusion to draw, and that's the issue here. In other cases of such fightings, we on the outside may not get the full details of exactly what went down, but we'd get enough to have some general idea, which is enough to accept it and move on, which is especially important when the person in question was just involved with something the audience actually responded to, like was the case with X-Men '97. There's not a lot of Disney content audiences respond to these days, so if they want fans to actually return for Season 2, then letting the narrative that Bo DeMaio was fired because he didn't make Season 1 gay enough spread isn't going to help much. But we have learned a bit more in recent days. DeMaio recently took to X to let the world know that when he had posted fan art of himself as Pride Cyclops in conjunction with Pride Month back in June,
What a fucking
he had
clown.
been informed by Marvel that as a result of that tweet, they would remove his writing credit on Season 2 of
What a
X-Men
fucking
97.
clown.
Remember, at this point, he had already been fired as showrunner, but he would still be credited as the writer on Season 2, at least up until that point. This made the separation complete. So now, in August, he felt he could keep his silence no longer, as he apparently had suffered a troubling pattern of things while working on
Stupid.
Blade and X-Men '97. So he promised to share more details soon,
Dude,
but
so
first,
fucking
he
dumb.
had to step back from social media to find a safer space for him to be out, proud, and nerdy. Disney decided not to wait though, and let the industry trades know that following an internal investigation, DeMaio was fired for egregious misconduct, but again, without providing any further detail, prompting DeMaio to retweet the article on X, saying, "The truth will be revealed." After their Disney Plus disaster, Marvel wants to mislead with alleged contract breaches over tweets. It's tragic it's come to this, but unsurprising. Stay tuned. And this is Disney and Marvel's usual playbook. Legal letters, as well as other items to prove their long-standing pattern to follow. It's about finding a safe outlet. Thanks for your faith and patience. So, in other words, DeMaio is just waiting to find the right outlet to let everything be known. Meanwhile, after months of silence, Disney started leaking like a sieve. Jeff Snyder of former Collider and current Snyder fame broke the scoop to his members, the highlights of which
He
were
broke
further
that scoop.
disseminated by Vulture, which stated, unnamed sources claimed
Broke that
to
scoop, y'all.
Snyder in an August
Broke that
16th
scoop, y'all.
report that DeMaio sent young male staffers photos where he was either nude or in states of undress. Allegedly, in some of these photos, DeMaio was dressed in superhero costumes
Dude.
and hitting sexually suggestive poses under the pretense that they could be inspiration for the show. He allegedly continued to
Creep.
send these photos after being asked to stop. The Snyder's report further includes allegations that DeMaio groped an assistant multiple times and was emotionally and physically abusive to staffers. More broadly, it alleges that DeMaio was let go from Netflix The Witcher due to similarly troubling behavior. So is that it then? Are these inside reports that all of a sudden leak now indicative of what happened, or is there more to it? DeMaio's attorney feels that way because the Vulture piece continues. After Marvel issued its statement, and to be clear, that would be the one to Variety, not the anonymous leaks. DeMaio tweeted that Disney and Marvel were following their usual playbook, adding legal letters as well as other items to prove their long-standing pattern to follow. His attorney, Brian Friedman, similarly said in a statement to Vulture that he plans to prove that Disney follows a playbook of secretly attempting to plant illegal, unconscionable items in contracts that silence the truth and stop the employee/customer from asserting basic constitutional rights. The statement goes on to accuse Disney's international well-oiled publicity machine of gaslighting and redirecting blame toward anyone who tries to expose the truth. Friedman claims that he will expose this bullying and illegal conduct with the help of evidence and multiple clients who are willing to share their experiences. Bo DeMaio wants nothing from Marvel and Disney except the truth, the attorney's statement concludes. He will bravely tell the truth. So will I. Stand by. In other words, we on the outside don't know what has happened or who is in the right. All we got are leaks. And here's the kicker. We have no way of knowing if they are genuine leaks or planted leaks aimed at protecting Disney. But for their own sake, Disney better be right about the claims in those leaks and be ready to prove them, because if they can't, this is about to get ugly. Or rather, it already is, no matter what actually happened here. If the anonymous leaks indeed are accurate, which we don't know, but let's for the sake of argument say that they are, and DeMaio really did sexually harass and send unsolicited dick pics to young male staffers, even straight ones, then the problem isn't that he was fired just as the series was about to premiere, after an internal investigation, but that there was any investigation at all, and that he wasn't fired the second the first allegation was made. Because make no mistake about it, that's what would have happened to any other showrunner accused of that. Case in point, when the old tweets of James Gunn were unearthed, there was no internal investigation. Hell, Kevin Feige wasn't even consulted about whether or not removing him would have any adverse impact on the MCU. No, Alan Horn fired James Gunn from Disney on the spot, and there was never any sugarcoating about why that was done. Now, I'm not saying that was the right course of action, mind you. Far from it. It arguably ruined Marvel. I just want to highlight the difference in standards here. That there even was an internal investigation is testament to how differently DeMaio was treated, which I think was a direct result of Disney's adherence to the party line and prevailing ideology in Disney and Hollywood at large. The flip side here is Gina Carano, whose conservative stance always put a bullseye on her back. And indeed, when she was fired, or not renewed if you want to be technical about it, Lucasfilm even put out a public statement tarring and feathering her, thus paving the way for a lawsuit, which is unlikely to go well for Disney. And now they may soon get another lawsuit courtesy of Bo DeMaio, so they better hope the anonymous leaks coming out about him are accurate. Because if they're not, that lawsuit is gonna turn out real bad for them as well. The irony here, of course, is that if this does indeed proceed to a lawsuit, it will be the result of a different set of standards being applied to Carano and DeMaio. Due to the ideology that Disney and Hollywood at large are beholden to, DeMaio is seen as belonging to an underrepresented group deserving of unique protections, while Carano was anything but, leading the two to be let go in very different ways. And Disney could now very well end up with 2 lawsuits over it, both of which could have been avoided if they had simply treated everyone equally, even if that may have gone against their equitable ideology and party loyalty. That's what happens when different standards are applied, and when there is an ideopolitical dimension to any subject matter. Things can quickly get ugly, and oftentimes needlessly so. This brings us to Joaquin Phoenix. On August 9th, IndieWire dropped the exclusive that Joaquin Phoenix dropped out of an untitled gay romance film 5 days before it was set to shoot. It would have been Phoenix's first gay role, and he pushed for it to be very explicitly so, before suddenly dropping out. And he's not just some actor that can be replaced. He's the producer and one of the key driving forces behind the movie in the first place. The whole production was in no small part funded by foreign pre-sales, which were contingent on him being in it. So with him dropping out now, the whole production falls apart. The crew still needs to be paid, and all production partners need to be compensated. So this is going to be a very expensive ordeal for Phoenix. This is all in that original story, but what was not there is any hint of why he dropped out. That was added later by Variety, who said a source close to the production tells Variety the actor got cold feet. That may be accurate, and then again, it may not be, as this is an anonymous source, while the director has previously been public about Phoenix being the one who wanted to go all the way, to the point of pushing for an NC-17 rating. And if he were to change his mind about that at some point, then as a producer and lead driving force, Phoenix could roll that back to PG-13 level at any time if he so chose. So that he would have dropped out and made himself liable to pay out millions of his own pocket just because he got cold feet on his own movie that he pushed for seems off, even if some nameless source suggests that's what happened. But let's be clear about what that one additional detail that Variety put out there actually means. So, the story went from Phoenix dropping out of a movie in the last minute, which no one outside the production gave 2 shits about, and those in the production will all get over once they're paid, to Joaquin Phoenix killing a gay movie because he got cold feet, by implication because he's a homophobe. And that picked up across Hollywood, the various gay news outlets, and even other mainstream news outlets worldwide, all because of one sentence credited to an anonymous source in Variety. The end result of that one sentence is that Joaquin Phoenix is smeared, and a big chunk of the gay community are turned off by him. And even if Lady Gaga is in it, many are threatening to boycott Joker 2, all over what technically, as of now, remains an anonymous, unsubstantiated accusation. Phoenix himself hasn't dispelled any rumors here, but given the current political climate, a climate which Hollywood and the Hollywood trades certainly share their part of the blame in getting as heated as it is, they might want to be able to substantiate implied accusations of homophobia a tad more before making them. Let me know your thoughts on all of this, and before you go, remember to stock up on NMN before it's reclassified as a drug, because it is that efficient. Use the link in the description or pinned comment, where for the next 48 hours you can buy 2 and get 1 for free.
Dude, why is that so tempting? This guy.
What's up, everybody? Derek Anderson, the DA. All right, everybody, check it out. By now, you have heard the conversation surrounding Mark Hamill out there at the Fan Expo in Chicago, basically just dunking on Star Wars fans that happen to lean to one side of the political aisle. Look, I'm one of these people that believes that, hey, everybody should be invited into the fandom. Doesn't matter what side of the political aisle you rock with. Doesn't matter if you're voting right or voting left, voting blue or voting red. Hey, everybody is welcome, all right? This is about fans, all right? This is about the franchise. This is about the fandom, all right? This isn't about your political ideology. That's how I personally feel about the situation. So when you got Mark Hamill, okay, who is a clear, he leans to one side, all right? Pretty heavily to one side, and he comes out constantly on X, and he is constantly talking politics, all right? And understand something, I don't have a problem with people having their own personal politics. I got my politics, you got your politics, okay? But you're not the centerpiece of a franchise, all right? Just like I'm not. Mark Hamill is Luke Skywalker. He's one of the most important characters in film history, all right? He is the centerpiece of the Star Wars franchise. And for this guy to sit out there and constantly divide the fan base the way that he's doing, in my opinion, it is long past overdue for Mark Hamill to be replaced as Luke Skywalker. Yeah, I said it. All right? Yeah, I said it. This cat can no longer play Luke Skywalker. Honestly, it's time to just move on past this cat. And a lot of people will be like, oh my God, that's sacrilege. How dare you? But at the end of the day, it's like, do you want Luke Skywalker to continue to be this divisive figure? All right? The guy that played him? Listen to what he's got to say, all right? Geeks and Gamers posted this up on their Twitter page. Look, Mark Hamill sparks controversy while speaking at a Fan Expo Chicago, telling fans, go force yourself. All right, so not only is he basically saying, go fuck yourself, he's
mad.
using Star Wars lingo, Star Wars lore, okay? He's using the Force as a way to basically spew.
Hold on, because we saw this publication already, but DA is big mad. This is funny. Telling fans.
All right? He's the centerpiece of the Star Wars franchise.
He's big mad. He's like, actually, if you notice, he don't normally come in this hot. I watch a lot of, man, this is funny.
Voting left, voting blue, or voting red. Hey, everybody is welcome, all right? This is about fans, all right? This is about the franchise. This is about the fandom, all right? This isn't about your political ideology. That's how I personally feel about the situation. So when you got Mark Hamill, okay, who is a clear, he leans to one side, all right? Pretty heavily to one side. And he comes out constantly on X, and he is constantly talking politics, all right? And understand something. I don't don't have a problem with people having their own personal politics. I got my politics. You got your politics, okay? But you're
That's
not the
okay.
centerpiece of a franchise, all right?
That's
Just like
all
I'm
okay.
not. Mark Hamill is Luke Skywalker. He's one of the most important characters in film history, all right? He's the centerpiece of the Star Wars franchise. And for this guy to sit out there and constantly divide the fan base the way that he's doing, in my opinion, it is long past overdue for Mark Hamill to be replaced as Luke Skywalker. Yeah, I said it, all right? Yeah, I said it. This cat can no longer play Luke Skywalker. Honestly, it's time to just move on past this cat. And, you know, a lot of people will be like, oh, my God, that's sacrilege. How dare you? But at the end of the day, it's like, do you want Luke Skywalker to continue to be this divisive figure, all right? The guy that played him? Listen to what he's got to say, all right?
No.
Geeks and Gamers posted this up on their Twitter page. Look, Mark Hamill sparks controversy while speaking at a fan expo Chicago, telling fans, go force yourself. All right, so not only is he basically saying, go fuck yourself, he's using Star Wars lingo, Star Wars lore, okay? He's using the Force as a way to basically spew his political ideology. Like, what kind of shit is that? Why would
Garbage!
Disney be cool with this? It's time to get this guy up out of there. Like, all right, man, we just got to go ahead and move past you. All right?
Man.
Yeah, thank you. You served your
Man.
point as Luke Skywalker. You did what it is that you did. Thank you. But we got to move on past you,
They
all
fucked
right?
him up.
You know, I think it would probably piss
Fucked
Mark Hamill
everything
off
up, man.
a great deal to be replaced. But honestly, man, if you want Star Wars to be in a positive place, man, you got to get past all of these political ideologues, all right? Guys that want to get out there and just wear all their politics on their chest and get out there and just diss, like, go force yourself. What kind of shit is that? You want to push this stuff out there, you know, to the Star Wars fan base? What about the Star Wars fan base that are, you know, MAGA, as he says, all right? Like, look what he says, right? May the Force be with you. Unless you're MAGA, then you can go force yourself. Like, let's go ahead and listen to what he said.
I say, may the Force be with you. Unless you're MAGA, then you can go force yourself.
And you hear all the people clapping. You know, it's like, damn,
He's
man.
stuttering.
You hear all the people clapping. They are cheering this idiot on. Yeah, keep going, Mark, okay?
Bro, he's right though. I'm not making fun of him. It's just so funny. I love how passionate he is. But he's absolutely right, man. And it's so sad to think about it. Oh, it's so sad to think about it. But on top of that, Mark Hamill's going out of his way to do this and say these things. It makes you think. I'm inclined to believe that Mark Hamill is doing all this because he has nothing better to do. That's all I'm getting from it. It's literally all I'm getting from it.
You hear all the people clapping. They are cheering this idiot on. Yeah, keep going. But we gotta move on
keep
past you.
going. No, do not. Don't keep going, y'all. Don't keep going.
All right? You know, I think it would probably piss Mark Hamill off a great deal to be replaced. But honestly, man, if you want Star Wars to be in a positive place, man, you got to get past all of these political ideologues. All right? Guys that want to get out there and just wear all their politics on their chest and get out there and just diss, like, go force yourself. What kind of shit is that? You want to push this stuff out there, you know, to the Star Wars fan base? What about the Star Wars fan base that are, you know, MAGA, as he says, all right? Like, look what he says, right? May the Force be with you. Unless you're MAGA, then you can go force yourself. Like, let's go ahead and listen to what he said.
I say,
Dude,
may the
I
Force
need
be
to,
with you. Unless you're MAGA, then you can go force yourself.
And you hear all the people clapping. You know, it's like, damn, man. You hear all the people clapping. They are cheering this idiot on. Yeah, keep going, Mark, okay? Use the Star Wars lingo and lore to completely disrespect one half of the audience. There are people out there that kind of felt disrespected. I'm guaranteeing you, there are people in this in this room that felt disrespected by what Mark Hamill just said. Again, if I'm Disney, I'm like, all right, look, it's time for Sebastian Stan, right? It is time for Sebastian Stan. Let's go ahead and get this guy in here. That's our new like Luke Skywalker, all right? This moron clearly just wants to push politics, and that's fine. He can do all of the politicking he wants to do. But we're going to start creating a second Luke Skywalker to distance ourselves from this idiot. Because he just won't shut up. He just got to put it in everything that he does, all right? And look, Luke Skywalker is one of my all-time heroes growing up, all right? But now it's like, I don't like this dude. I don't like Luke Skywalker being his guy anymore. Can we get somebody else, somebody that is not divisive like this, somebody that's not trying to divide the fan base, but somebody that's, hey, man, let's bring the fan base together, all right? Let's go ahead and bring the fan base together. Let's send love to everybody, regardless of your political ideology. But again, this because this guy right here, this guy is so deranged when it comes to that. You know, it's like he can't see past his own nose. And so at this point in time, I think it's time to just get rid of this cat. You know, it's time to dump Mark Hamill as Luke Skywalker and move on, all right? Move on to a different Luke Skywalker. And again, I know that's sacrilege to a lot of y'all. Y'all are like, oh, my God, never. You know, Mark Hamill could never be replaced. You know, he is Luke Skywalker. Again, there was a point in time where I would have agreed. But this guy is just continually slamming half of the Star Wars fan base, you know? Half of them. Again, regardless of what side you believe in or what you believe in personally, this is detrimental to the Star Wars fan base. You do understand that, don't you? All right? That if you want Star Wars to be healthy, keep the goddamn politics out of the mix. Let's just talk about Star Wars for a goddamn minute. Like, why do we gotta keep doing this shit? But, you know, again, this is the problem, okay? That Disney is so far off the reservation. Look, they'll crack down on Gina Carano for saying some crap like that. I guarantee you if Gina Carano said something similar to this, all right? She would be lambasted across social media. She would be persona non grata everywhere she goes when it comes to social media. Oh, but when it's Mark Hamill, it's okay. Again, it's because he has the right politics, you know, according to Disney. And that's just never going to work, man. Yeah, this was on Fandom Wire. Then you could go force yourselves. Mark Hamill expresses hatred for Donald Trump and his supporters with a bold message at Fan Expo. Again, to me, it's not even so much about who it is, all right? He could have said this about one political side or the other. It really doesn't matter. It's the fact that he's speaking on it at all. At some point in time, Disney has to understand, look, this stuff is bad for business, okay? This is tearing our business apart. This is destroying the Star Wars franchise. Stuff like this, all right? Knock this crap off, man. Mm-hmm. You know, it's like, it's funny, you know, again, Chicago, because Chicago is where the DNC is taking place right now. So I'm sure Mark Hamill was in town for that. He's going to probably show up at the DNC, have all kinds of statements and political nonsense that he wants to say. And again, all of that is fine, all right, at the DNC. But if you're at the Chicago Fan Expo, give all the fans a great experience. All of the fans, regardless of who your political ideology happens to lean, if it's mine or somebody else's, give all the fans some love. But this guy is like, oh, no, these are the fans that I care about. You know, it's just utter bullshit. I can't believe that Disney allows this crap to go on, man. You know? Utterly ridiculous. Yeah, Mark Hamill recently attended a fan event in Chicago where he talked about his Star Wars legacy, savaging, ridiculing Donald Trump. Again, he might hate Donald Trump, and again, he's allowed to have whatever political opinions he has. But when he attacks the fans, all right, the fans that may be voting for Donald Trump, now, in my opinion, you've gone too far. Again, it's time, right? All right, it's time, folks. All right, let's get Sebastian Stan in there. I want to see some hashtag recast Luke Skywalker going on. Because at this point in time, it's over, all right? Mark Hamill, he just continues to double and triple and quadruple down on his political ideology. That's more important than anything else. Cool. All right, no problem. Hey, Star Wars fans, we want a Luke Skywalker that isn't divisive. We want a Luke Skywalker that we could all rock with. So go ahead, Mark Hamill, spit all your political ideology all you want to. We're moving on. It's time to recast your punk ass. That's what it is that we got to do. Stop being divisive. Stop dividing the Star Wars fan base. All right? Let's all come together and stop talking about all of this nonsense, and let's talk about what's really important to all of us Star Wars fans, which is Star Wars. All right? That's what I want to see. But you guys let me know what y'all think about this situation. Again, I think it's over for this cat. All right. I'm sick and tired of seeing him divide Star Wars fans with his political nonsense. All right. Yeah, you know what? Go ahead and do all your political bullshit. All right. That's cool. We're going to go ahead and hang down with what it is that we are all about, which is Star Wars. All right. So y'all let me know what y'all think. Jump down in the comments. Give me your thoughts and opinions on that. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
Wow.
That's it. I'm gonna listen to Josh Brown.
I like
I'm a buyer.
and the fundamental news.
It kind of
lines up
reminds
with what
me
we're
of
seeing in the
Donald.
Technicals. And
Got me Joshua
PayPal
Brown.
hit our list at the end of last week of the best stocks in the market. Technically speaking, this stock is now above its prior 52-week high, and it's been a really long time since there's been anything positive to say about PayPal. And I have lost money in this name before, so think twice before you follow me into it. But they have a new CEO, and the new CEO is making incremental moves to improve the fundamentals. We've seen that in the last couple of quarters, and now we're starting to see big partnerships, and I think that's why the stock has been breaking out. The other thing to keep in mind is Apple. And Apple, by the way, is the bête noire of this story. Apple Pay has just absolutely trounced a lot of competitors on wallets and payments. Apple has just preemptively opened up its near-field communications, or NFC, system so that you can tap to pay, and this will include Venmo. So having Venmo as an option alongside Apple Pay when you push your phone up against a merchant screen is something new. The axe on this stock is Dan Dolev at Mizuho. He went positive on the stock after having been negative for a while. And the story here is now changing. PayPal is, I think PayPal has a very hot product in Fastlane. And if they can gain back some more ground on all these payment solutions, it really changes the fundamental outlook. So it's a technical breakout. I have a relatively tight stop. I don't trust this name, but I'm in it, and I love it when the fundamental story is improving as price action is confirming.
Kerry, this thing was in no man's land, penalty box for a long time. You used to own it, didn't you?
As a matter of fact, I remember the last time that Josh bought it because we had sold it.
Yeah.
And I wish Josh luck. I mean, there's a lot that could
Carrie.
go right, but yeah, I remember. I think if the market holds up, if retail holds up, it's good for PayPal. That's what it needs. It needs not just partnerships, it needs people to keep spending on their platform.
Yeah. So, Steph, all this news about Buffett selling Bank of America, selling the stake down, you've been a buyer. And you're a believer in financials. Do you think there's momentum in that sector moving forward here with all that lies ahead?
Whoa, CXW, big sell.
Still a 12% owner of Bank of America, right? That's number one. Number two, earnings. To the point of view, you guys were talking.
They're talking Bank of America. Interesting. But PayPal, Josh, a little pump. Usually his pumps are bigger. Again, CXW, the prison, Young Bury prison, that just literally dumped $12.95 to $12.50. DOJ opens probe at Tennessee prison operated by Core Civic. So there it is. Yeah, low ticker was showing it up. Troy with the confirmation. But DOJ investigation, CXW. PayPal did a lot of buyback. PayPal has tried a lot of things, but they haven't really turned the story around. Again, I like Square. Even though I own PayPal, I think Square's earnings are actually really good. If you own the prison and then get sent to prison and then get there and say, I own you, how does that work? I think they say, cool. And then they tell you to strip so that they could search you. And then you'll probably say it again, and they'll be like, cool, fall in line. you know, and then so yeah, just I think you'll do that back and forth until your term is up.
Welcome, y'all. Welcome.
B2. I was like, Beto's on the low? R? Burrito, Beto. Can you get dividends straight to your books? What do you buy stocks in prison? So depending on what type of incarceration you're at, you do have a right to buy and own stocks or guys with dividends. Some of you guys should get a dividend portfolio just in case you go to jail, because then if you go to jail and then you have a nice portfolio and then you put it in on dividend reinvestment, voila, look at that. In 10 years you'll get released from jail and then you'll have 50% return on your dividends. That's amazing. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I don't know. You tell me. Dripping in jail is crazy. I mean, it is, but hey, at least there's many ways. Do I think you should drip outside of jail? I do. I think that's better, but you know, you never know. You never know.
Yeah, of course. Why not? Why not?
Just don't go to jail. Honestly, it's harder than you would think. I've never been to jail, but I've encountered a lot of you guys, and I get blown away. Because some of you are really nice, and then you're like, yeah, Josh, I went to jail. I'm like, what? I don't believe it. And then some of you guys are really, like, nice, like, sweet people. And then I find out, like, 9 months later, I'm like, where did that person go? And I'm like, oh, they're in jail. I've been let down a lot, man. So you never know. That's why I just get a long term. And then even if you do go to jail, you could drip it. That's it. Mm-hmm. Why is drip better than reinvesting on your own timeline? Because you're never going to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like, usually, it's kind of like people, like, if you don't go to college, or if, like, you leave college and don't go to grad school to make money, you're probably never going back. So, like, yeah, you could turn off drip and do it yourself.
I'm going to introduce Doug with Crescendo Incorporated. Thanks, sir. Thanks, Maj, for having me, and excited to tell you about the great growth story here with Crescendo. So we'll spend about 10 minutes on a couple of slides and then jump over to Maj for a little Q&A. So safe harbor statement that you've probably seen a lot of today. So what does Crescendo do? So we're a unified communications as a service company, basically a cloud communications company. But we're kind of unique in the fact that we do our cloud offering in two different flavors. We have a retail component and a wholesale component. And so if you look at the retail and the wholesale components, we're kind of unique in the fact that we're the only ones offering a UCaaS offering in both areas. And so we've got a lot of names up here on the slide that you probably are familiar with that if you look at it on the wholesale side, our platform currently supports about 220 licensees that subscribe to our platform. And those licensees use our platform as their own solution out there to sell their own UCaaS offerings. We're the third largest platform provider in the country behind Cisco. Cisco bought BroadSoft about 5 years ago, and Microsoft. Microsoft bought Metaswitch about 3 years ago. We are the third largest behind Cisco and Microsoft. Currently have about 4.5 million end users on our platform today. That makes us the third largest, but also the fastest growing. Frost & Sullivan just came out with a report last month that announced us as the fastest growing UCaaS platform provider in the country, outpacing Cisco and Microsoft by about a 2-to-1 pace. So really excited about that. So that's on the wholesale side of the house. On the retail side of the house, we sell direct UCaaS solutions to end user businesses, small, mid-size, and small enterprise businesses out there. And in that environment, we compete against company names that you've probably heard of, like the RingCentrals, the 8x8s, and the Vonages of the world. Very competitive environment, but we really stand out from our competition. And we stand out from our competition really because of the service and support that we give out there. So as we talk about that retail and the wholesale component, how does that break down into the company? Company last year finished with $53 million in revenue. If you look at that $53 million in revenue, about 35% of it comes from the wholesale side of the house. So that's where we sell the platform to other users and providers out there to use as their own. Again, 220 licensees that license our platform from us and use that on a continual basis. So about 35% of that $35 million comes from the wholesale side of the house. About 65% of the revenue, that $53 million, 65% of that comes from the retail side of the house. So we're going out and selling those small and mid-sized end user businesses. And so again, combined about 4.5 million end users using the Crexendo solution out there today. So how do we compete against all these big guys? A lot of names that you've heard of, a lot of companies are a lot bigger than us. We really blow them away from a customer service and support perspective.
Oh, yeah?
G2.
We really blow them away. Let's go 1.25 speed because...
G2.com. It's kind of the technology industry standard for third-party review sites. And so we continually rank highest in the voice over IP and cloud communication providers. So as you look at how we compare against the RingCentrals and the 8x8s and the Vonages of the world, no comparison out there. And that's really when you're talking about small and mid-sized businesses, they come to expect that hand-holding, they come to expect that customer service and support that we're able to offer them and really shine with those customers out there. So from a dollars and cents perspective, how's the company doing? So really tremendous growth within the organization. $53 million in revenue, that was up 42% year over year. So we're seeing a lot of growth there. That growth did include one small acquisition that we did. But aside from that, we still have great organic growth, about 15% combined organic growth within the organization. So $53 million total revenue at the end of last year. We talk about our backlog number a lot. That backlog number is our contracted obligations from all of our licensees and all of our direct end user customers. So currently at the end of last year, we finished with almost $64 million in backlog. That's revenue that's locked and loaded that'll be recognized over the course of the next 5 years. So if you look at the bottom part of the slide there, that expected backlog revenue recognition, we started 2024 with about almost $30 million worth of revenue already locked and loaded. That's already contractually obligated to be recognized over the course of this year. So at the end of last year, we finished at about a $58 million run rate. So if you look at that, almost half of our nut is already covered before the year even started. Strong EBITDA and adjusted EBITDA, $5.7 million in adjusted EBITDA at the end of last year, so about 11% adjusted EBITDA margins. Really strong non-GAAP income for the year, $6.7 million in non-GAAP, almost at a break-even point from a GAAP perspective. We were GAAP profitable for the last 2 quarters of last year, really strong numbers. And we hit GAAP profitability ahead of expectations, even our own internal expectations. Beginning of April, had a market cap of about $140 million. That's after a couple of presentations, everybody's saying that their stock is undervalued. We feel like we're probably an undervalued telecom stock out there because of the way that we're working the business. Always focused on the fundamentals, always focused on clean balance sheet. Virtually today at the company.
Why is your presentation blurry?
Cash on the balance sheet and virtually no debt. So how do we continue that growth? If we think about what we've got going on out there, future growth is critical for us. And so we know that we can continue that organic growth in the same respect that we've been seeing it in the last couple of years. So in the 2 divisions last year, we finished with 19% organic growth in our platform division, 9% in our direct retail division. So strong organic growth, again, combined about 15% organic growth last year. We talk about inorganic opportunities out there. We've got 220 licensees that use our platform today. That's what I call my stock fishing pond. So from an acquisition perspective, looking at those licensees, they're already using our platform. They run their business much in the same way that we run our direct retail business. And so that's our acquisition strategy going forward, is acquiring 1 to 2 of these acquisitions each year. We did our last acquisition in November 2022. One of our licensees out of the fishing pond, doing about $10 million in revenue, bought it for less than 1 times revenue, and have seen tremendous organic growth just out of that opportunity. That $10 million operation did about $12 million last year. So it's all about a 20% growth in that organic acquisition or inorganic acquisition. So we're seeing nice organic growth out of the acquisitions as we bring them into the organization. We talk about the growth potential in the market. In the U.S., about 60% of the businesses today are on the cloud for their communications. That means that 40% of the businesses still haven't migrated to the cloud. It's not a matter of if those businesses migrate to the cloud, it's when. And so we're in the catbird seat to be able to take advantage of that when those 40% eventually migrate over. And if you look at
why is his voice shaking? Why is this guy giving the presentation?
Shows that 40%
if he's such a
migrate
bad
over the course
speaker.
of the next 3 to 4 years. So still a tremendous amount of opportunity. Even bigger than that is the international opportunity because 60% of the U.S. business is already on the cloud. Internationally, it's a much lower number. So a huge opportunity there, and you're seeing that with our international growth. We had global growth of about 74% in our international market. So seeing a lot of adoption there as well.
To give the fucking presentation.
So last two items here. So when we look at new logos, we brought on 21 new licensees last year. That's a tremendous amount. So we're bringing those accounts over from the likes of Cisco and Microsoft. The two biggest guys out there are not really taking care of their licensees. So we're seeing a lot of that transition of their licensees moving over to Crescendo. We just did an announcement about 3 weeks ago. One of Microsoft's largest reseller licensees that's leaving Microsoft moving over to Crescendo. And they're doing that because of cost savings, feature functionality, and the hand-holding that they get from somebody like Crescendo as opposed to a Microsoft that they're just another number in the pond there. And then on the retail side of the house, we've got a lot of resellers selling our solutions out there. Added 28 new agent partners in 2023. So seeing a lot of growth there. Again, as our competition is showing weakness, we're taking advantage of that. So in summary, before we get over to Maj, just to kind of give a quick recap. So again, revenue-wise, tremendous growth there, 42% year over year at $53 million at the end of last year. Strong adjusted EBITDA. That adjusted EBITDA number was up 128% year over year. That backlog number, critical number for us. That number continues to grow. So as we sell more accounts, that number continues to grow. That 63% was up over about 47% year over year. So strong backlog growth there. Strong cash position, $10.3 million at the end of last year. Virtually no debt, less than $1 million debt on the balance sheet today. That market cap again at the beginning of April, about $140 million. But just a continued focus on execution. 21 straight quarters at the end of last year of non-GAAP profitability, 2 straight quarters of GAAP profitability. We anticipate that'll continue for a long time because we're managing the business to the fundamentals. And then if you look at that organic growth, again, strong organic growth, and that's what leads us to the 4.5 million users on our platform today. So really excited to tell you a little bit more about it. So I'll move over to Maj and we can do a little Q&A.
This guy fucking sucks.
Thanks, Maj.
Thanks for coming, man. Always a pleasure to have you here. So before I get into some of these questions, and understand one more thing about your model, and I'd like to always bring this up because I think it's a competitive advantage of yours. It's the way you price your services, versus per seat or per usage. And we like to talk about this. So maybe get into that a little bit and talk why you think it's an advantage.
Sure.
For your competitive position.
Yeah, on the platform side of the house, when we're competing against the two biggest companies in the world, Cisco and Microsoft. Cisco and Microsoft historically have always been a per seat pricing model, which means that you pay per seat regardless of how you're using those seats. If you have 20,000 seats on Cisco, you're paying 20,000 seat licenses. If you've got 20,000 users on Microsoft, you're paying 20,000 user licenses each and every month just to use their platform. When we saw that our biggest competition out there were the big guys, we had to do something pretty disruptive. So we came out with a sessions, not seats pricing model. Sessions means how many concurrent users are using the system at any given time. You can have as many seats as you want, but if you think about a phone system in an office, if I've got 25 phones in an office, and I've got a conference room and a kitchen phone and a lobby phone, a lot of those phones aren't in use at any given time. So we sell a sessions, not seats model, which is a lot less expensive. So somebody moving over from Microsoft, the example I gave earlier, is going to save probably about 30 or 40% on their monthly operating expenses, moving from that seats model with Microsoft to the sessions model with Crescendo. So it's a very disruptive pricing model, very unique out there in the marketplace. Most of our competitors, even the smaller competitors, are on a per seat basis. We're really one of the few out there that just charges on a concurrent use basis.
Great. Now, if we look now, we've been doing this, I think, we did it last year. I don't know if we did it the year before or not.
Just last year.
Just last year. So in terms of industry, has anything changed at all between now and then that you want to talk about?
Yeah, if you look at the industry, a lot of challenges with our competitors. I talk about our clean balance sheet and our fundamentals and focus on fundamentals. A lot of our competitors are straddled with debt. So if you look at an 8x8 or RingCentral, those guys are really challenged at the moment. So, they've had a lot of change and focus on how they're running their business. We've been pretty straight focused on what we're doing and executing well. And so when we look at the weakness of our competitors out there, Cisco and Microsoft have both really stopped development on their products and their platforms out there on the UCaaS side of the house. And so that's really allowing us to take advantage of it. So right now, we're really in a strong position because our competition is either ignoring their customer base, enhancing their platforms and their offerings out there, and that's allowing us to take a lot of initiatives from our competitors. So that's really from a competitive perspective. And then technology is continuing to change. So as we see, think about AI. I'm sure you're going to hear artificial intelligence in a lot of different discussions as you sit through these presentations over the next couple of days. But AI is really influencing communication solutions tremendously. And we're already selling AI. We've been selling AI solutions on our platform for the last 2 years. And so there's a lot of applications that are very affordable for the small and mid-sized business today that wouldn't have been available years ago and would have been too expensive. It would have been something that only Fortune 1000 type companies could afford, and now we're making it available to small and mid-sized businesses.
Okay, now, I guess pushback you would probably get from investors, and even when I first talked to you, is how you really need different. And you kind of explained some of it, but there's a lot of these companies out there, like you said here, right? Are you winning, when people compete in this business, are they winning on service, or are they winning on pricing, or are they winning on, what the product can do? I think that's really important to understand.
Yeah, it's a combination. I wouldn't go as far as saying that our solution is a commodity, but I mean, communications are a basic necessity for every business. Every business out there has a phone system, and most of them can benefit from our services. So when we go out there and we compete for our agents and our licensees. And so our agents and our licensees, if we have relationships out there, so they're selling that customer service and support first and foremost. When you put a phone system in, if your phone system doesn't work and people can't get in touch with you, you're out of business basically. And so that customer service and support is first and foremost. Pricing is secondary. Everybody's looking at how they can manage their business more effectively. So our solutions tend to save them money on even their older legacy equipment. So when we go into a business and they've got a 10-year-old Avaya system, and I can save them 20% on a monthly basis and give them better technology, it's an easy win for us.
Okay. Now, in terms of the acquisition front, so it was Allegiant? Allegiant, right? They were part of your fishing pond, I guess.
They were, yeah.
Right? And now, were they a reseller or were they also an integrator also? I mean, can you talk about the difference between what that really means and...
Sure.
Are you looking for both?
Yeah, great question. So when we look at that fishing pond of licensees, we've got 220 plus licensees out there using our platform today. Some of those licensees are just pure UCaaS offerings. Others have additional services that they offer on top of that. So they may have development services. They may be building their own software solutions out there, putting integrations into applications like AI, et cetera. Allegiant was an acquisition that we did, one of our licensees in Kansas City. We did it at the end of November of 2022. And so that was a great acquisition for us, already using our platform, but they also had a managed services component of their business. So not only were they going out there and selling the UCaaS offering, but they were also selling IT and data support. So their average size customer on the Crexendo retail side of the house, our average size customer, it's about $350 a month on a monthly recurring basis. Allegiant was almost 4 times that because they sold not only UCaaS solutions, but managed services and IT support as well. So their average customer was about $1,200 a month. So when we look at that component, we've now started cross-utilizing a lot of the managed services offerings and network servicing offerings that they had at Allegiant. We put that into our retail offering as well.
Great. Now, part of you had a CEO transition. You had Jeff Korn come on, and I guess part of that, I don't know if I want to call it transformation or maybe a minor restructuring, was really focused on the bottom line. And I think since then you put together some nice quarters of profitability. So maybe, and I can see you guys discussed, maybe, I don't know if you gave a number at all, or maybe how much you could maybe save from some of the things you were doing. You sold a building, right? Raised some cash there. But a lot of that was going to have to do with migrating some of your legacy customers, to your new platform, your new offering. Because you have the same offering, you have 2 platforms doing the same thing, basically. Right. And what inning are you in that? And can you start getting more specific on, have we already started seeing that benefit at the bottom line, or is the best yet to come from that kind of integration?
Yeah, so as Maj said, about a year ago in March of last year, we had a transition at our CEO level. So Steve Mihaylo was our former CEO. I've been working with Steve for 35 years now at our previous company that he grew to about a $500 million company before selling in 2008. And then here at Crexendo, Steve turned 81 and decided to retire. And he's still on our board of directors and has been a great mentor for me and for the organization. Jeff Korn was our chief legal officer and moved into the CEO role. And so Jeff and I have been working together for over 14 years now at Crexendo, building the company. So really, really good core group of executive management that's been working tightly together for the last 14 years. Jeff's role when he came in was to really focus on the fundamentals, cut out excessive costs, and really get us to GAAP profitability. And as I said earlier, we hit GAAP profitability 2 quarters prior to our internal expectations. As Maj just mentioned, though, when we talk about our platform today, we do have a legacy platform that a lot of our retail customers are on, and so we've been migrating those customers over to our newest platform over the course of the last year and a half. We're about 80% done with that migration. We'll be complete with that migration before the end of this year. And when we finish that migration, we'll sunset our legacy system. And when we sunset our legacy system, we'll see about $1 million worth of cost pickup that we'll see because we don't have to have the extra support, the extra data centers, the extra hardware maintenance and support on that extra platform. So when we look at where we've seen tremendous cost savings over the last year and a half, we've got additional cost savings coming up within the next 6 to 9 months as we sunset our old legacy system.
And I think also what you guys did temporarily, at least, was maybe cut back on some of your marketing and sales services. And I think you've already said you're ramping it up again.
We have. So if we look at reinvesting back into the organization, it's all about generating excitement about our company and our platform and our offering out there. So really ramping back up the marketing executives, going out and selling our solutions with our agents and our partners. So we're seeing a tremendous pickup there. Sales are off the charts. We just finished up April, just yesterday, and had a record bookings month for April. So bookings turn into future revenue. So extremely excited about the momentum we continue to see out there.
You had two at least let me see here, at least 2 events or maybe that I want to talk about recently. One of them was had to do with the telecloud partnership and POTS lines. I guess it was a plain old telephone system, I guess you call that. So maybe you could talk about what's going on there with POTS lines and what you're doing kind of to address changes that have been going on there from the FCC mandating.
Right. Sure. When you think about telecom, we've got about 240 integrators out there that develop solutions and products and offerings that overlay onto our platform. TelCloud is one of those offerings. So TelCloud, as Maj just related to, is a POTS replacement company. POTS stands for plain old telephone service. So there's still a lot of copper lines out there. So if you think about certain lines out there, they weren't able to be put onto the cloud over the course of the last few years because of limitations. So you had elevator lines, you had fax lines, you had burglar lines, you had fire alarm lines. Those lines typically haven't been able to convert over to the cloud. But all of the existing legacy dial tone providers out there are doing away with all their copper services out there. So they basically mandated that, hey, within the next 3 years, all copper lines are going to cease to exist, basically. So you're even seeing in California companies like AT&T charging $500 for a line that used to cost $30 just to get people to get off these old copper lines. So the TelCloud partnership is one of our integrators that has a POTS replacement solution that allows the burglar lines and the fire alarm lines, the elevator lines to work on the cloud. And so we're seeing significant pickup from that. Other integrators are coming out with applications around AI. And so we've got probably a dozen developers out there developing AI solutions for our platform today to make customers more efficient, more effective using AI-type technologies into the communication solution.
Great. And that's like, this is basically, it has to happen, right? Because the FCC saying these POTS lines have to be replaced. If you look at all lines out there, what kind of timeline you think this will occur? Over how many years?
Yeah, all the POTS lines replacement really has to happen over the course of the next 2 to 3 years because all of these carriers, AT&T and Verizon and the local bell companies, they're all sunsetting all of the copper line support. So over the next 2 or 3 years, that'll transition and basically those lines will go away. So these companies have to do something. And so a lot of them may already have a cloud solution, but now we can get that extra, push because we're getting those extra lines that haven't been on the cloud moved over to the cloud. So, it's not going to be a tremendous material revenue stream for us, but it's a very significant revenue stream for us because it pushes customers over to the UCaaS solution where maybe they've been reluctant to move to the cloud because of some of these lingering lines that they had to keep. Now they don't have to keep them, and now there's a way for them to easily migrate them over to the cloud.
And how significant a player is TelCloud in the industry?
TelCloud is one of the larger players in the industry, but there's some other large ones as well. But TelCloud is a partner that we've associated with because they're key for us, and they're also one of our licensees that have developed it specifically for our platform. But there are some other players. Ooma has got their AirDial product. Granite Communications has got their own POTS replacement out there. But we're probably unique in the fact that we've got developers developing it for our platform that allows it to integrate tightly with our solutions.
Okay, now another thing I think when Jeff came in too, you put maybe some of the acquisition talk a little on hold short term.
Fucking Stammer and Stanley over here.
And maybe talk about, is there a particular area you really want to focus on if you want to make an acquisition, and how do you finance it? Your Legion finance was pretty good. It wasn't dilutive. maybe explain how you finance that and will you keep doing it?
Yeah, absolutely. So with 220 licensees out there, as I said, that's my stock fishing pond. So I don't have to go out and look for opportunities for acquisitions. At any given time, I've got discussions going on with half a dozen of my licensees on what their exit strategy looks like. Allegiant was a good example. It was a lifestyle business, family owned. The gentleman that sold the business was in his mid-60s, looking for an exit strategy, stayed on with us, still with us. And so that was a great acquisition for us. We did that with a combination of cash and stock and seller finance. So about 20% cash, 70% stock, and 10% seller finance. And so we did that acquisition, again, $10 million in revenue for less than 1 time's revenue. And that's the ideal solution for future acquisitions. If I can structure it the same way, it's not dilutive. And we look at the opportunities out there, tremendous opportunities. And we're talking to quite a few of them right now that are in that $5 to $15 million range. So again, if we do 1 or 2 of these a year for the next year and a half, we're easily at, with organic growth and inorganic acquisitions, we're at $100 million in 2 years.
And that was one thing too, that's important. If you have any questions, you can also raise your hand here too. Is that one of the things investors were worried about for a couple of years there was, the organic growth you weren't getting after you made the Net Sapiens acquisition. But I think now the last 3-4 quarters you had organic growth.
Users
really strong organic growth, and we're continuing to see that organic growth. So organic growth is critical for us, and so that combined with acquisitions gets us to that $100 million mark.
Excellent. Well, thank you. I think we're good. And I do own stock in Crescendo. I'm disclosing that now. So.
Good. Thanks, everybody. Greatly appreciate it.
Phew. Okay. He's finally done. Woo. Okay. All right. Oh, never want to hear him again. He's a piece of work, man. Never. Okay. Oh, we got that open. We got that open. Freaking
Marvel coming down. Is that the trading fraternity? I follow a couple people. Just the one that didn't post all of its pictures in one day. You curly, man, I'm doing 35s with multiple sets. So I take a 35 dumbbell and I do 10 curls, then I do 10 curls the other way, and then 10 curls the other way. I'm like repping the 30. You want me to max out, son? We pulling out 60s. But I don't know. I hurt my bicep the other day. It felt a little jello-y. I am tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Yeah. It is my email. All right, let me get another one. I might try.
Did I just take a swig of black coffee? Yes, I did.
Though, it hurts. Yeah. Triceps
yes, I did.
My elbow and then my shoulders are pinched. Yeah, this hurts. I just went 5 pounds higher and it feels like I'm gonna snap. TNXP, I just sold off today. All the monkeypox plays got killed. Oh yeah, that's hard. I have one of those bars for Skull Crushers. I need to get it. Yeah, I can't. We do one more week. One more week. We'll gradually get there. It's always been like that. I don't know. My elbow and my shoulder.
Should I sit up? I don't.
That's the only thing. It's gotten a lot better though. We'll do one more set here in a little bit. Yeah, hopefully you guys stood up, got the body moving.
I mean, I really don't have to. What the hell is this? No.
On the long term, I mean, text the number. If you switched for the long term alerts, we try. I mean, but sometimes there's just only so much I could do. You know what I'm saying? So if everyone's phones are different, but if you're not getting the long term alerts, if you've gotten one before, text the number. You know what I'm saying? And see if that, because usually, like, that's what I did. Even when on my other phone, anytime my long-term alerts wouldn't come in, I just texted the number that it was at, and then it'll kind of like refresh everything. But other than that, sometimes like we just don't know. We don't know what the issue is for people, and there's a lot of people on there, so it's hard to go back and, you know, every single person. It's like it's usually either works or it doesn't. Yeah, Jap.
What is up with X? Donald Trump talked about that shit, and things started moving around it. He mentioned something about Donald Trump said it's a shame that Japan purchasing American steel has ever even been a topic of discussion. And that we Americans and investors should, here we go, protect American steel. This is 6 years ago? Then 5 years ago, they're thriving. Wow, so wait a second. He wants to boost the U.S. steel industry. Okay. So he's been saying this for half a decade. At least. Tariffs on steel would create more American jobs, says President Trump. So he was president at the time. Keep the promise, President Trump. Protect American steel. What is this, 31 seconds? Let's see.
Because workers are counting on you to protect our jobs.
Alliance for American Manufacturing.
American steel. American steel. American steel.
We heard the promises.
Wait till you see what I'm going to do for steel.
Now it's time for action.
I am not going to let America and its great companies and workers be taken advantage of any longer.
President Trump, America's workers are counting on you to protect our jobs and defend our national security. It's time to...
We need to filter out. We need to filter out this week. Press in Pennsylvania. That's an hour. Speech on U.S. economy and yeah. Stop selling American steel mills. There we go. Here's a little clip. This might be the what we're looking for.
सदर मुंतखब हुआ तो अमरीकी स्टील मिल्स की फरोख्त रोक दूंगा। कमाला हैरिस की नाम नेहाद पावर प्लांट्स बंद करने की पॉलिसी खत्म कर दूंगा। रिपब्लिकन सदारती उम्मीदवार डोनाल्ड ट्रंप का ऐलान। पेंसिल्वेनिया में रैली से खिताब में कहा कि मुल्क की सबसे बड़ी यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स स्टील मिल कारपोरेशन की निजकारी नहीं होनी चाहिए। मेरे दौरे हुकूमत में महंगाई का नाम और निशान तक नहीं था। तरक्की करती हुई मईशत बाइडन और कमाला हैरिस के हवाले की थी। बाइडन ने मईशत बर्बाद कर दी। 35 लाख से ज्यादा अमरीकी बेरोजगार हैं। अमरीकियों की
Not quite, because I don't understand what they're saying. I can't find the clip now, man. It's got to be in here. Streamed 20 hours ago. I really want to... Okay, so I really want to hear...
Thank you very much.
We heard what he said yesterday. But... being that... Now that we know that he's been on... Now that I know, really. I don't know if you guys knew this or not. But now that we know that he's got this longer term investment here, or at least claims to, I feel like that's an interesting It's new perspective that I didn't have, and it could be valuable. It could be valuable to analyze his disposition on steel, specifically American steel, and see if we can squeeze some plays out of it, maybe, or at least or maybe it's a long-term play, maybe it's shorter-term options. I tried to get filled yesterday. I couldn't get filled on it, so we'll look at it. What's the time?
Beautiful. This is quite a place.
1:45, so it's
it's an honor to
chill.
be here at Precision Custom Components, a company that has
we'll see what
helped to build and defend America for over 150 years. That's really an extraordinary achievement. I want to thank you, President Gary Butler, and the members of the wonderful Butler family, and members of Congress, Scott Perry and G.T. Thompson. You're here someplace in this very big factory, wherever you may be. There you are. Great people, great warriors, I will tell you. My trade representative, Ambassador Robert Lighthizer, who's fantastic at a thing called trade. We did very well at trade, and you were fantastic, and I want to thank you, Bob, very much. And Chair of the York County Commissioners, Julie Wheeler. Thank you, Julie, very much. Thank you. And a very special congratulations to all of the people of York County today who are celebrating the 275th anniversary of York County's founding. That's pretty good, huh? That beats most of them out there. But most of all, let me thank the exceptionally skilled and talented workers with us in this room. I know you well. I know them from all over the country. They come, and they are the most talented people and the most brilliant people in so many respects. So thank you all very much for being here. We appreciate it. Thank you. For generations, the handiwork of Kamala Harris is an economy wrecker and a country destroyer. Our country will be destroyed if she gets in. Her radical liberal agenda ruined San Francisco. It ruined California when she was the Attorney General. It crushed our middle class, demolished our border, set the world on fire, and now she wants to be promoted to the job killer in chief. But much more than job killer, everything else is going to go bad. She set the standard in California. Think of this. If you steal $950 or less, they're going to leave you alone. They can't be bothered. So you see criminals going into stores with a little computer, adding it up, everything they've stolen. They want to stay under the 950, but they don't get prosecuted for above that. The only one that gets prosecuted is somebody who would talk about the unfair election. They get prosecuted. But when you steal and rob and kill and so many other things, when you sell drugs and destroy people's lives, nothing happens to you under Kamala. But we will not let this happen. We're not going to let it happen to our country. 78 days from now, Pennsylvania is going to tell her that we've had enough, that we can't take it anymore. And Comrade Kamala Harris, you're fired. Get out. You're not doing the job. Get out. You're fired. While Biden and Harris have been impoverishing our country, they have been getting rich, very rich at your expense. Now, it just came out, just was reported today by a great young reporter, Brooke Singman at Fox. According to a 292-page report from the House Oversight, Judiciary, and Ways and Means Committees in Congress, just got out a little while ago, just before I got here. I said, no, I want to talk about it just briefly. It's so sad because he's going to be making a speech tonight, and they don't call him Crooked Joe for no reason. They said President Biden engaged in impeachable conduct and said he abused his office and defrauded the United States of America to enrich his family. Republicans revealed that since 2014, the Biden family and its associates received more than $27 million from foreign individuals and entities. They also found that while Biden was serving as vice president, the Biden family got more than $8 million in loans from Democrat benefactors. And they said that those loans have never been repaid. Those are the best kind of loans, aren't they? This report says in part that Vice President Biden actively participated in this conspiracy by, among other things, attending dinners with his family, foreign business partners, and speaking to them by phone, often being placed on speakerphone by Hunter Biden. Republicans are calling out a 2014 dinner that Hunter Biden and his family attended with a Russian oligarch, and they said that after that dinner, that oligarch wired $3.5 million to Hunter Biden's firm very quickly. It was a very quick wiring. I'm sure he worked very hard for the money. Several witnesses testified that Hunter Biden invoked his father in business dealings with Romanian, Chinese, Kazakhstani, and Ukrainian companies, in addition to other companies and people, resulting in millions and millions of dollars flowing into the Biden family. As everybody knows, $3.5 million was sent from the mayor of Moscow, the mayor of Moscow's wife. Remember, I brought that up in the debate I had. I said, why did this happen? And the anchor wouldn't let me ask that question. They thought it was inappropriate, but then it blew up. $3.5 million was sent by the mayor of Moscow's wife to the family. They're also calling out Biden for his handling of classified documents. They said during his tenure as vice president, Joe Biden removed highly sensitive classified documents from the White House despite having no authority to do so.
Oh.
And remember, Comrade Kamala, she knew everything, and the senators knew what was going on. And by the way, I had my own classified documents case, and I was totally exonerated. Totally. It was a case brought by Joe Biden and Kamala. She was involved.
He's mudslinging, but we need to get back to
inflation was caused. If she gets in, you're heading for the depression.
The steel
Coming up, that means Pennsylvania.
The steel, Donnie.
Too
We need
much
to hear the steel.
competition from other countries that are doing it right. We have a lot of competition out there. Not only China, we have a lot
We
of
need to
other
hear
competition.
about the steel, Donnie.
The demands of
China
will destroy many businesses that will have
Yeah,
a
yeah,
huge
yeah. We need
impact
to
on
hear.
this.
Okay.
The big league depression. Since Kamala took office,
21
electricity
minutes?
prices in America up much more than 30% nationwide. And here in Pennsylvania, they're expected to increase by another 30%. They think it's going to be actually unsustainable for your state if she gets in. It's not sustainable. It's not sustainable for the country. That's why I've declared that a top priority for my administration will be to cut the cost of energy in half within the first 12 months of taking office. So we'll cut it in half. I think we'll be able to do better than that.
How do we
We're
cut
gonna be
energy
cutting it
costs?
in half, guys. That'll help
I don't
you
know.
a little bit, won't it? And I think we'll do that very quickly. That includes heating, air conditioning, electricity, and gasoline. Your bills will be less than half. When you look at the New England area, they pay some of the highest energy anywhere in the world because they can't put a pipeline in. They've been restricted from putting a pipeline in through a certain section of New York that is desperately wanting it. They need the job so badly. And if they did that in New England, the prices would come down half just with the pipeline alone. They were getting their gasoline and their energy from a place called Russia. Ships would pull up on the East Coast, Russian ships, and that's where New England got it from, and they were paying a big price, and to this day they're paying the highest prices. But we'll take care of that. We think energy costs, all of it, air conditioning, heating, all of it, including gasoline, will drop by more than 50% within the first 12 months. So remember that. That includes for factories. This will help us quickly defeat inflation and make America affordable again. By contrast, Kamala Harris wants to ban fracking. She supports a national carbon tax, which is a horrible tax that will destroy many businesses, that will have a huge impact on this business, but that will destroy a carbon tax. Nobody even knows what it is. Nobody knows how to calculate it. And she imposed a natural gas export ban. All catastrophic things for Pennsylvania. That means all the income coming in, for the most part, you'll have none of it. You'll lose 500,000 jobs, and you won't have the income coming up. That means Pennsylvania is going to have to pay. Your Commonwealth, your beautiful Commonwealth, is going to have to pay numbers that nobody ever thought even possible or worth discussion. Kamala is also on a regulatory jihad to shut down power plants all across America. Now, Germany tried it just a couple of years ago, and they ended up getting rid of their political leaders very quickly, and now they're building probably 50 or 60 power plants currently, and they're looking to build a lot more. But they got rid of everything, and they wanted to go to wind and solar and lots of other things. Unfortunately, it didn't work. They couldn't fire up the plants. The plants were closed, and they couldn't get them going. And now they've gone to the other extreme. They've gone back to fossil fuel. I hope clean fossil fuel, clean coal. They do have clean coal. They have coal that actually has to make your electricity. And if you didn't have fossil fuel, you wouldn't have electricity, because that's where it comes from originally. And you can have very clean and efficient natural gas. At least 50 existing power plants have closed since she took office, Kamala took office. They're closing them all over the country. They're closing nuclear, they're closing coal, they're closing everything. We're not going to have, that's why in California you have blackouts all the time. Constant blackouts, and yet they want to go to all electric cars. Let's go to all electric cars, even though we don't have enough electricity to give ourselves some cool and some heat in the summers and the winters. I'm announcing today that when I return to the White House, I will end the anti-American energy crusade and terminate Kamala's so-called power plant rule. It's a disaster for our country. Our country will have no jobs by the time these communists and Marxists get rid of, when they destroy the country, probably can never come back either, just so you understand. Too much competition from other countries that are doing it right. We have a lot of competition out there, not only China, we have a lot of other competition. Instead of shutting down power plants, we will open dozens and dozens more, and they'll happen fast. Kamala stands for energy disappearance and factory obliteration.
Damn.
She will obliterate factories like this. I stand for American energy independence and manufacturing dominance. We're going to be dominant in manufacturing. We're going to be dominant in energy too, not just getting it to take care of ourselves. We're going to be selling it all over the world. We're going to be reducing our debt. We're going to be lowering your taxes still further. Don't forget, I gave you the largest tax cut in history. We're going to be lowering your taxes still further. Upon taking office, I will do rapid approvals for new energy infrastructure, and we will embrace all forms of energy, including nuclear. Nuclear is a great energy. This plant is making some things that I just got to see, and it's incredible what you've done, what Gary and the family have done. The level of complexity, the level of detail, the power that we're talking about is incredible. To power our country into the future, including the electricity demands of AI and cryptocurrencies, which is a very big subject. It's coming up more and more. We have to stay at the top. We want to be right at the forefront. Otherwise, China and other countries will take it over. That's both of them, AI and crypto. We will make a historic commitment to bring in advanced, small, modular nuclear reactors online. Building these massive plants that cost $20 billion and don't even get built, like we had recently in a couple of other states. I won't mention the states, but they had 2 plants that got so out of control with cost overruns, massive nuclear plants. No, we're going to do small reactors, small nuclear, we call it. France does that. France does very well with that. They do small, and if they need more, they build a second one, a third one, a fourth one. They hook them up together. With the help of companies like yours, these can be built ultra safe, they're ultra clean, and they're very low cost, but they are absolutely safe. Under Kamala's Green New Scam, Billions and billions of taxpayer dollars are being sent to subsidize solar panel factories, windmill factories, battery production, and car production, all based in China. We are subsidizing massive amounts of product for solar, for wind. It's all made in China. Under the Trump administration, we will build American, buy American, and hire American. That's what we're going to be doing. Kamala's economic agenda rewards outsourcers and punishes American workers by making it economically impossible to manufacture in America. What I'm promising today is a total pro-American overhaul of our tax, regulation, and trade systems to promote domestic production and punish those who ship jobs and factories overseas or to places like Mexico, where right now, the head of the United Auto Workers doesn't know this, they're building some of the biggest car factories, just started. Anywhere in the world, a person I know builds car factories. That's all he does, build car factories. He said the biggest ones in the world are being right now in Mexico. And they think they're going to bring those cars in, make them in Mexico, bring them in here and sell them to our people and destroy Detroit and the rest of our car business. They've already taken 30% before I got there. 30%. They did nothing against us when I was there. I told them, if you want to build car factories, you're going to have to pay a 100% tariff to get the car into this country. They immediately said, well, I guess we're not going to build a car factory, right? That's what happened. But now they're building the biggest in the world right in Mexico, and they think they're going to take our car. They're not going to do that if I'm here, because I will be putting massive tariffs on those cars coming across the border, and it won't make any economic sense. So I actually think they should stop building them unless they want to sell those cars to another country. Kamala wants no taxes on Chinese producers, wants no taxes. If you want to build car factories, you're going to have to pay a 100% tariff to get the car into this country. They immediately said, well, I guess we're not going to build a car factory, right?
You're not going to take our car.
That's what happened. But now they're building the biggest in the world right in Mexico, and they think they're going to take our car. They're not going to do that if I'm here,
they think they're going to take our cars. They're not going to do that.
On those cars coming across the border, and it won't make any economic sense. So I actually think they should stop building them unless they want to sell those cars to another country. Kamala wants no taxes on Chinese producers, wants no taxes. What's that all about? While imposing the largest tax hike in the history of our country on factories in the United States. Okay, so she wants a no tax policy on China, but she wants to tax factories like this and other factories at levels that they've never seen before. Under her plan, manufacturers will pay even higher taxes in America than in communist China. By contrast, I will pass gigantic tax cuts for workers and keep their jobs here in the United States. They're going to stay here. We're going to beat everybody. We're going to beat them like a drum. And we were doing that against China. You know, there was a long time expression that China will take over the world's largest economy. It'll take it over in 2019. Well, in 2019, we were doing so well, 2018, 2017, that China never even came close. We were lapping them. They never came close. And even President Xi said, congratulations. They thought they would be, long time, this is 15, 20 years ago, they said, 2018, 2019, China will dominate. No, we were doing, it would never happen. In fact, I said, after we started really doing it, as long as we have smart presidents, they'll never catch us because they can't beat our system. We will have big tax cuts for families and small businesses, and we will have no tax on Social Security and no tax on tips.
Yeah, that's
so they
big
haven't
shit.
copied
That's
Social
big.
Security
That's
yet.
huge
But
for hospitality
Don't
workers.
forget, he's the one that destroyed our seniors
Entertainers.
with inflation. Inflation has destroyed our seniors. It's the worst thing that could happen. The people that behaved the best, that did it the American way, that saved their money, they got decimated because their money went down, because they couldn't live. They were losing money. With me, they were putting money in the bank and making a lot of money. They were saving a lot of money. After I left, they were losing all of that money they saved. Kamala wants to spend $1.7 trillion in wasteful spending, causing more inflation. And she says it's a mistake to ask her how she's going to pay for it. Please, it's a mistake. She just said it. She just said something that nobody has any idea what she said. She said it's a mistake to ask how we're paying for it. Kamala Harris can't answer how she'd pay for any of her new radicalized liberal spending schemes that will bankrupt our country and do it quickly, destroy Social Security, destroy Medicare. She has no clue how she pay for $25,000 to every first-time home buyer, including illegals, just like they were going to pay the bills of college students. Unfortunately, that didn't happen and won't happen. They gave up that. The Supreme Court gave it up because it was unfair to all of those people. One of the reasons, all of the people for years and years that paid back their loans, and now we're going to give something free, but it didn't happen. It was just talk. He knew it wouldn't happen too. Crooked Joe, he knew that was not going to happen. No clue how she'd pay for free health care for illegals. She wants to give free health care to illegals. Now, you want to stop people from coming into our country. The first thing you do, and you would have to do this immediately, no health care. We can't do that. We can't afford it. It's not sustainable. But they're doing it just the opposite. Come to America, live the American dream. We'll give your children free schooling. We'll give you free health care. We'll give you pensions. We'll put you into Social Security. This is why people are pouring into our country. And that's a very dangerous, in the caravans, that's a very dangerous trip. Thousands and thousands of people are dying in those caravans coming up to our country. And they're coming up because the promises are being made to them that just can't be kept. No clue how she'd pay for the $100 trillion, think of that, $100 trillion with a T, Green New Scam. It's a scam. Out of the $100 trillion, there's not $1 of it that would help our country. Not $1 of it. It'll destroy our country. And no clue how she'd pay for the hundreds of billions of dollars in new foreign aid giveaways. We're giving away money at levels that nobody has ever seen before. No other country would do it. No other country would be so stupid to do it. That's why it's so important to vote for Trump to stop the reckless spending and the destruction of our country. We will not have a country left. I will stop the special interest giveaways, cut waste, and restore common sense to our government. The Republican Party is the Republican Party of common sense. That's what it is. Kamala will bury American workers in regulations. I will liberate our workers with the largest regulatory cuts ever recorded. We've already done some of them, but she put them right back. They put them right back. Repealing every single job-killing regulation of the Biden-Harris administration. The electric vehicle mandate, which is absolutely so crazy, will be gone. And there will be no costly forced transition to all electric cars and trucks. If you want a gasoline-propelled car or a hybrid or an electric car, they're wonderful too. But not all. People need to go longer distances. They want to pay less money because they're fantastic. Electric is everything is great. You have to be able to buy everything. They have a mandate. We don't have enough electricity for ourselves. And now they're talking about putting all the cars on it. Well, it doesn't work because the cars don't go far. If you'd like to go from here to, let's say, Washington to look after we fix the Capitol up and make it safe again, which will take approximately quickly. But after we fix it up, and if you want to drive there, you don't want to stop 5 times. You want to be able to go there and you want to be able to enjoy it, and you don't want to be mugged or shot or killed in our capital, which has become very unsafe. It's horribly run, graffiti stained, and we're going to fix it very quickly and beautifully. We're going to make it the most beautiful capital anywhere in the world, and we're going to make it totally safe. Police are going to do a great job. Simultaneously, we will modernize our trade policies. The United States has long been taken advantage of by other countries at levels that nobody has any idea. I would sit and look at these trade deals, many of which we renegotiated with Japan, with South Korea, with Canada, Mexico, many. But I'd look at these deals before we did the renegotiation and say, who would make deals like this? I mean, They were either crooked or really stupid, one or the other. Probably crooked for the most part, because I don't think they're stupid. But we had the worst trade deals. No country's ever had trade deals like we had. We fixed many of them, made some of them extraordinary. We lose jobs and revenue, they gain everything. We lose jobs, we lose revenue. They destroy our country, they gain everything. And they wipe out our businesses, which is good for them because then they can supply us with whatever we were making. I stopped it 4 years ago, and I will stop it very quickly again, and we'll be making the product ourselves with our labor. We will not let countries come in, take our jobs, and plunder our nation into poverty. The way they will sell their product in America without having to pay any substantial tariff or tax is to build their factory in America and build their product in America using only American help. And we have the help. Kamala Harris says that a tariff is a tax on American consumers. She's wrong. It's a tax on a foreign producer. It's a tax on a foreign country. And I proved that better than anybody because I took in hundreds of billions of dollars worth of tariffs on different states, on different countries. And out of all of that money, we had no inflation. We had no inflation. It also gives you power over that country. If they want to have wars with somebody, we can say, no, if you do have wars, we're going to raise your tariffs. Oh, sir, we won't have a war. We're okay with it. When we've decided not to go after somebody, you know, one thing a little off this, everybody said, oh, we might have wars with Trump. We had no wars with Trump. First time in 78 years, we had no wars other than I finished some, like ISIS. 100% defeated 100% of the ISIS caliphate. What they did is Afghanistan, the most embarrassing day in the history of our country. And none of the generals got fired for the incompetence that they showed. Most embarrassing moment. We would have left with dignity and strength. We would have taken our $85 billion worth of equipment. We would have taken our hostages. We lost 13 great people. We had 47 people obliterated, the arms, the legs, the face, obliterated. What a horrible day it was. What an embarrassment. What a horrible day to have death, to have such injuries. Nobody talks about the 47 people that lost their limbs, that will suffer for the rest of their lives. As I've said many, many times before, as tariffs on foreign countries go up, taxes on American workers and families come down. According to one recent study, a small 10% tariff on foreign-made products will allow massive tax cuts for working families, create more than 3 million American jobs, raise household incomes by 6%. Think of that. And the 6% equates to $4,200 a year for a household and generate almost $1 trillion in economic growth, and it will go very quickly. It will also get rid of a large portion of our deficit because we don't want countries coming in here, stealing our jobs, hurting our country, killing our workers, leaving with everything, and we, as usual, end up with empty factory buildings that are falling down. We end up with nothing. We want tariffs. If somebody wants to come in and take our jobs, if somebody wants to come in and sell us their product that's made in their country, that's okay, but they've got to pay tariffs. They've got to pay a price for that. We're going to bring down your taxes at levels never seen before. We're going to pay off debt of our country, because this country owes $35 trillion, but that rapidly can come down. And remember this, we're sitting on the largest amount of oil and gas. We have, I call it liquid gold. We have more liquid gold than Saudi Arabia. We have more liquid gold than Russia, but we don't use it. We go out and we buy from other countries at ridiculous prices. We buy now from Venezuela. We buy tar. It's not really, it's tar. And you know where we refine it? At a factory. Only one factory in the world can do it because of the nature of it. It's tar. It's not good stuff. It's in Houston, Texas. So all of that, if you're an environmentalist, all of that's going right into the air in our country. We bring in lots of tar, loads of it. We dump it in Houston and they refine it. We have pure stuff. We have the best and we have the most right under our feet. It's liquid gold, and we're going to use it, and we're going to reduce our deficit. We're going to reduce our debt, and we're going to reduce your taxes. We're going to do everything right, and it's going to happen quickly, too. And as we reduce burdens on U.S. manufacturers, our workers can make goods better and cheaper right here in our own country and right here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We don't need lectures on the economy from a candidate pushing communist price controls. Kamala has no idea what the hell she's doing. Her father is a Marxist professor, and I believe he taught her well. You know, he's a Marxist professor. Can you imagine? Does anyone know that? I wonder if they knew that when they did an overthrow or a coup on Joe Biden. I wonder if they knew where she comes from, where she came from, what her ideology is. But you could see it a little bit by this whack job. You know, he said, we're weird. That JD and I are weird. I think we're extremely normal people. Like you, exactly like. He's weird. Did you ever see him go on the stage and go like crazy? It's like between his movement and her laugh, there's a lot of craziness. I'd say a step further than weird. Weird is a nice word by comparison. When I'm president, we're going to do things right. And when I was president, we imposed historic tariffs and prices, and we did it all. We did it all. Prices didn't go up. Everybody said, oh, if you do that, prices. No, the country made less money. That's what happened. Gave us tremendous political leverage over those countries, too, for things having nothing to do with economics. They hurt China, not America. That's why the Biden administration had no choice but to leave them in place. They've left them in place. They wanted to take them off. But so much money comes in from China and other places with the tariffs that I put on that Joe Biden, as much as he wanted to do his friends a favor, couldn't do it. Too much money. You couldn't justify it. There was no way to justify it. In my next term, I will revoke China's most favored nation trade status. It's very unfair. And by the way, I have great respect for President Xi. I think China and the United States will get along well together. I did until COVID came in. That was a step too far. But I had a great relationship with President Xi. I had a great relationship with most of the leaders. I'll pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act so that if China or any other country, it's not just China, the European Union treats us very badly. Nobody knows that, very badly. We have a $250 billion deficit now with the European Union. But if China or the European Union, if any other group of countries or country makes us pay a 100 or 200% tariff or tax, we will make them pay a reciprocal tariff or tax of the exact same amount. So it's basically, you hurt us, we hurt you. It's an eye for an eye, and it's common sense. We will ensure that we have 100% domestic American supply chains of all essential goods. Our supply chain has crashed, and you don't write about it now, but it's still crashed. And all you have to do is say, where's the package that was supposed to be here 3 months ago? People aren't getting them. It's very bad what's happened. They've destroyed our supply chain, which is something I didn't think could be done. COVID proved that if we need it in a crisis, then we must be able to make it in America. We want to rely on ourselves. We have no choice. This is really a matter of national security. We will bring back electronic production. We're going to bring up electronics, too. Electronics, we buy everything away. When you see the sophistication of the product I just saw at this place, electronics is peanuts by comparison. But pharmaceutical, too, it's outside of this country, 95%. We're reliant on various other countries. Good countries, nothing wrong, but we want to do it ourselves. They make a tremendous amount of money, and we lose our jobs. And we want to do it ourselves. Mineral production, car production. We're going to bring back the auto industry. We can do that. We can do better than anybody in the world. They've stolen 59% of our car making business, the union, the United Auto Workers, I think the people in that union are going to vote for me overwhelmingly because I'm going to bring car industry back. They are destroying it. When they agree to all electric cars, they're not going to be made in this country. We will be making no cars in this country. And I was the one with South Korea that got the tax put on and extended on the small trucks. And if I didn't have that tax, the most successful product made in this country is the small trucks. If I didn't get that tax, South Korea and China would be destroying us now with additional product. We saved them, so I hope the auto workers are listening because they have a union boss that doesn't have a clue. He doesn't have a clue. It's sad. I wish he did. I don't have to like him. I wish he did, but he doesn't have a clue. What he's done to the auto business in allowing this to happen where all of those cars are going to be made in China, and it's going to happen quickly. With the help of companies like this one, we will rebuild our hollowed out defense industrial base, ensuring that America is never in a situation where we don't have tanks, missiles, the raw materials to fight and win a war. We have to have those. What would happen if we had a war? We won't, with me, but you will have World War III, I believe, without me, but we won't have. But what would happen if we did? And let's say it was with China, but they give us all of our steel. So we'll have to call China for steel so we can fight a war with them. How stupid are these people? Upon taking office, I will invoke the Defense Production Act wherever it's necessary to very quickly ramp up capacity of essential products. And I will stop Japan from buying United States steel. We have a foreign country that wants to purchase one of our greatest, if you go back 70 years, our greatest country, our greatest company by far was United States Steel Corporation. That was the big deal. And now we have Japan buying it. They shouldn't be allowed to buy it. We have to make it work. We have to make it work. You don't want to sell U.S. steel.
Yes,
this is how we will rediscover the
Son of a
industrial
bitch.
heritage of our country.
Damn, it's at the end? God. We listened to the whole thing for this ending. We need to listen to the ending. Okay,
Extended
fuck.
on the small trucks. And if I didn't have that tax, the most successful product made in this country is the small trucks. If I didn't get that tax, South Korea and China would be destroying us now with additional product. We saved them, so I hope the auto workers are listening because they have a union boss that doesn't have a clue. He doesn't have a clue. It's sad. I wish he did. I don't have to like him. I wish he did, but he doesn't have a clue. What he's done to the auto business in allowing this to happen where all of those cars are going to be made in China, and it's going to happen quickly. With the help of companies like this one, we will rebuild our hollowed out defense industrial base, ensuring that America is never in a situation where we don't have tanks, missiles, the raw materials to fight and win a war. We have to have those. What would happen if we had a war? We won't, with me, but you will have World War III, I believe, without me, but we won't have. But what would happen if we did? And let's say it was with China, but they give us all of our steel. So we'll have to call China for steel so we can fight a war with them. How stupid are these people? Upon taking office, I will invoke the Defense Production Act wherever it's necessary to very quickly ramp up capacity of essential products. And I will stop Japan from buying United States steel. We have a foreign country that wants to purchase one of our greatest, if you go back 70 years, our greatest country, our greatest company by far was United States Steel Corporation. That was the big deal. And now we have Japan buying it. They shouldn't be allowed to buy it. We have to make it work. We have to make it work. You don't want to sell U.S. steel. This is how we will rediscover the industrial heritage of our country. We will reclaim our manufacturing legacy.
The industrial heritage of our
American
country.
future fueled by
I love
Pennsylvania
that quote.
energy. You know,
I love that.
one of the
honestly.
largest
That's awesome.
in this country. You're one of the largest producers in the world. She doesn't know that. You're not going to produce. You're going to go from being one of the largest producers in terms of fracking, the energy produced, into a non-factor. Your state's going to be third world, like much of our country is being made third world by these people. They don't have a clue. but it's going to all be made with pride of the U.S. and with Pennsylvania pride and strengthened by strong, powerful Pennsylvania steel again. With your vote, we will destroy inflation, bring down prices. And prices are going to come down very substantially, achieve incredible economic growth, make America wealthy again, and we will bring back, most importantly, we're going to bring back a thing called the American dream. The American dream is dead. Right now, the American dream is dead. We're going to bring back the American dream. So vote for Trump on November 5th. We will be the most, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to Pennsylvania. You've been, the reception coming here with the people outside waving, it was a beautiful sight. The love that they have for what we're trying to do and what we will do. I just leave you with this: vote on November 5th or sooner. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. We're going to turn our country around. We're going to make America great again. Thank you, everybody. God bless you. God bless Pennsylvania. God bless America. Thank you very much, everybody. Us, we hurt you. It's an eye. Families create more than 3 million American jobs, raise household incomes by 6%. Think of that. And the 6% equates to $4,200 a year for a household and generate almost $1 trillion in economic growth, and it will go very quickly. It will also get rid of a large portion of our deficit, because we don't want countries coming in here, stealing our jobs, hurting our country, killing our workers, leaving with everything, and we, as usual, end up with empty factory buildings that are falling down. We end up with nothing. We want tariffs. If somebody wants to come in and take our jobs, if somebody wants to come in and sell us their product that's made in their country, that's okay, but they've got to pay tariffs. They've got to pay a price for that. We're going to bring down your taxes at levels never seen before. We're going to pay off debt of our country, because this country owes $35 trillion, but that rapidly can come down. And remember this, we're sitting on the largest amount of oil and gas. We have, I call it liquid gold. We have more liquid gold than Saudi Arabia. We have more liquid gold than Russia. But we don't use it. We go out and we buy from other countries at ridiculous prices. We buy now from Venezuela. We buy tar. It's not really, it's tar. And you know where we refine it? At a factory. Only one factory in the world can do it because of the nature of it. It's tar. It's not good stuff. It's in Houston, Texas. So all of that, if you're an environmentalist, all of that's going right into the air in our country. We bring in lots of tar, loads of it. We dump it in Houston and they refine it. We have pure stuff. We have the best and we have the most right under our feet. It's liquid gold, and we're going to use it, and we're going to reduce our deficit. We're going to reduce our debt. And we're going to reduce your taxes. We're going to do everything right, and it's going to happen quickly, too. And as we reduce burdens on U.S. manufacturers, our workers can make goods better and cheaper right here in our own country and right here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We don't need lectures on the economy from a candidate pushing communist price controls. Kamala has no idea what the hell she's doing. Her father is a Marxist professor, and I believe he taught her well. You know, he's a Marxist professor. Can you imagine? Does anyone know that? I wonder if they knew that when they did an overthrow or a coup on Joe Biden. I wonder if they knew where she comes from, where she came from, what her ideology is. But you could see it a little bit by this whack job. You know, he said, we're weird. But JD and
You
I,
know,
I
he
think we're
said,
extremely
we're
normal.
weird.
With like you, exactly. He's weird. Did you ever see him go on the stage and go like crazy? It's like between his movement and her laugh, there's a lot of craziness. I'd say a step further than weird. Weird is a nice word by comparison. When I'm president, we're going to do things right. And when I was president, we imposed historic tariffs and prices, and we did it all. We did it all. Prices didn't go up. Everybody said, oh, if you do that, prices. No, the country made less money. That's what happened. Gave us tremendous political leverage over those countries, too, for things having nothing to do with economics. They hurt China, not America. That's why the Biden administration had no choice but to leave them in place. They've left them in place. They wanted to take them off. But so much money comes in from China and other places with the tariffs that I put on that Joe Biden, as much as he wanted to do his friends a favor, couldn't do it. Too much money. You couldn't justify it. There was no way to justify it. In my next term, I will revoke China's most favored nation trade status. It's very unfair. And by the way, I have great respect for President Xi. I think China and the United States will get along well together. I did until COVID came in, that was a step too far. But I had a great relationship with President Xi. I had a great relationship with most of the leaders. I'll pass the Trump Reciprocal Trade Act, so that if China or any other country, it's not just China, the European Union treats us very badly. Nobody knows that, very badly. We have a $250 billion deficit now with the European Union. But if China or the European Union, if any other group of countries or country makes us pay a 100 or 200% tariff or tax, we will make them pay a reciprocal tariff or tax of the exact same amount. So it's basically, you hurt us, we hurt you. It's an eye for an eye, and it's common sense. We will ensure that we have 100% domestic American supply chains of all essential goods. Our supply chain has crashed, and you don't write about it now, but it's still crashed. And all you have to do is say, where's the package that was supposed to be here 3 months ago? People aren't getting them. It's very bad what's happened. They've destroyed our supply chain, which is something I didn't think could be done. COVID proved that if we need it in a crisis, then we must be able to make it in America. We want to rely on ourselves. We have no choice. This is really a matter of national security. We will bring back electronic production. We're going to bring up electronics, too. Electronics, we buy everything away. When you see the sophistication of the product I just saw at this place, electronics is peanuts by comparison. But pharmaceutical, too, it's outside of this country, 95%. We're reliant on various other countries. Good countries, nothing wrong, but we want to do it ourselves. They make a tremendous amount of money.
35.
And we lose our jobs. And we want to do it ourselves. Mineral production, car production. We're going to bring back the auto industry. We can do that. We can do better than anybody in the world. They've stolen 59% of our car-making business. The union, the United Auto Workers, I think the people in that union are going to vote for me overwhelmingly, because I'm going to bring car industry back. They are destroying it. When they agree to all electric cars, they're not going to be made in this country. We will be making no cars in this country. And I was the one with South Korea that got the tax put on and extended on the small trucks. And if I didn't have that tax, the most successful product made in this country is the small trucks. If I didn't get that tax, South Korea and China would be destroying us now with additional product. We saved them. So I hope the auto workers are listening, because they have a union boss that doesn't have a clue. He doesn't have a clue. It's sad. I wish he did. I don't have to like him. I wish he did, but he doesn't have a clue what he's done to the auto business in allowing this to happen, where all of those cars are going to be made in China, and it's going to happen quickly. With the help of companies like this one, we will rebuild our hollowed out defense industrial base, ensuring that America is never in a situation where we don't have tanks, missiles, the raw materials to fight and win a war. We have to have those. What would happen if we had a war? We won't, with me. But but you will have World War III, I believe, without me. But we won't have. But what would happen if we did? And let's say it was with China, but they give us all of our steel. So we'll have to call China for steel so we can fight a war with them. How stupid are these people? Upon taking office, I will invoke the Defense Production Act wherever it's necessary to very quickly ramp up capacity of essential products. And I will stop Japan from buying United States steel. We have a foreign country that wants to purchase one of our greatest, if you go back 70 years, our greatest country, our greatest company by far was United States Steel Corporation. That was the big deal. And now we have Japan buying it. They shouldn't be allowed to buy it. We have to make it work. We have to make it work. You don't want to sell U.S. steel. This is how we will rediscover the industrial heritage of our country. We will reclaim our manufacturing legacy. We will build up glorious American future fueled by Pennsylvania energy. You know, you're one of the largest in this country. You're one of the largest producers in the world. She doesn't know that. You're not going to produce. You're going to go from being one of the largest producers in terms of fracking, the energy produced, into a non-factor. Your state's going to be third world, like much of our country is being made third world by these people. They don't have a clue. But it's going to all be made with pride of the U.S. and with Pennsylvania pride and strengthened by strong, powerful Pennsylvania steel again. With your vote, we will destroy inflation, bring down prices. And prices are going to come down very substantially, achieve incredible economic growth, make America wealthy again, and we will bring back, most importantly, we're going to bring back a thing called the American dream. The American dream is dead. Right now, the American dream is dead. We're going to bring back the American dream. So vote for Trump on November 5th. We will be the most, thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to Pennsylvania. You've been, the reception coming here with the people outside waving, it was a beautiful sight. The love that they have for what we're trying to do and what we will do. I just leave you with this. Vote on November 5th or sooner. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. We're going to turn our country around. We're going to make America great again. Thank you, everybody. God bless you. God bless Pennsylvania. God bless America. Thank you very much, everybody.
In this video, we're going to explore abandoned places along Route 66 in 8 states. Only one of these spots are not easy to reach, and all of them can be photographed from public spots. There is so much joy in cruising this amazing highway, and I hope this video will add some value to your next trip. I did skip major cities like LA, Chicago, and St. Louis due to traffic and safety concerns. Arizona and New Mexico were my favorite, but we'll start in California, which only has a handful of spots, but the journey through the desert was priceless. So let's begin. The first stop is the abandoned rail car near the Mormon Rocks in the Cajon Pass. This is the only spot on this list that is not easy to visit, but this abandoned rail car is pretty cool. I'm not sure why it's here, but I assume it's because of a derailment. There's a whole bunch of trains that pass through here every day. I think there's 3 different rail lines. You'll have to drive down a dirt road about a mile or 2. And if it just rained or snowed, I wouldn't come here at all. It's also a great place for night photography. The next town is Daggett. It's located just east of Barstow, California. This town was formed in 1883. And at one point, this was considered to be a very big town. That building on the right used to be a hotel. And this is Daggett's garage. It was my favorite building in the town. It is now off limits to the public, but you can shoot it right from the road. The next stop is Lidlow, California. This town was founded in 1883, and for years it was a very important town for the railroad. Right along the main drag, you're going to see a whole bunch of abandoned buildings, including gas station, cafe, and a couple of homes. By the 40s and through the 60s, this town was really important for visitors along Route 66 as it had all the services. But then in the 60s, I-40 bypassed this town, and it quickly became a ghost town. This is the old residence for a motel and campground that used to be here. It also hosted the office. And on the other side of town by the railroad tracks is the old mercantile building. It's in very bad shape now, so it's fenced off. There's still a gas station, cafe, and a motel in this town, serving Route 66 travelers. Our next stop is Siberia, California. This town was a stop along Route 66 until 1973, when the interstate bypassed this entire area. This is all that's left of the town. It's a crumbling old building, but it's really cool, and its artwork is stunning. There are a few more foundations around town that you can explore as well. I really enjoy this part of the Mojave Desert. And on the other side of the highway, there's a few more foundations as well. The next stop is one of the most popular places on all of Route 66.
Dude,
Amboy,
drink some water, dude. He's making me thirsty.
This town was founded in 1883 and was a really popular stop for Route 66 travelers
recording
until
vocals
1973 when they opened Interstate 40 north of here and traffic to this town declined. This is the old motel. It hasn't been used in decades. What's really fun is that the doors are open and you can go inside and explore. The gas station itself is still open and it's a great gift shop. They renovated the place in 2008. The Amboy School was closed in 1999 when the last students moved away. This was also the most expensive gas I ever paid for. Roy's Motel and Cafe is an iconic spot along Route 66. It's a great place to shoot, and if you happen to be here in the evening, the neon signs do get turned on. And a little further away is the old church. This also looks like they used to have a residence for the staff. At its peak, about 60 people lived in this town. Now only 4 to 10 people remain, depending on which source you read. Just a few miles away from Amboy, a large portion of Route 66 has been closed for a long time now. I'm not sure when or if this section will be reopened, but hopefully before 2026 for the 100th anniversary. The next town is Goss, California. This was only briefly on Route 66 until 1931, but it is one of the more popular and famous spots along the highway. There isn't that much left in town, but there's this amazing open-air museum where the old school used to be. There's a lot of relics from the past, including some mining and military equipment from operations in the area. I spent about an hour here exploring all the buildings. It's quite fascinating. It seemed like there was a wedding today, so I didn't get to spend as much time as I wish I would have. And they do have rattlesnakes around here, so be careful. Needles, California is the last big town before we get to Arizona. This is where I got my fuel, food, and spent the night. Our first town in Arizona is Oatman. This town became a gold rush town in 1915. It once had 3,500 residents. Now there's only 43. The town was kept alive for many years by the fact that it was on Route 66. But it got bypassed in the 50s, and the town quickly died. The town still survives as a Route 66 stop. And they've given this town a really cool Wild West feel. There's all sorts of Wild West attractions here, including a mine. And I couldn't believe that there's just donkeys walking around town. And it had this really sweet old hotel. It's really nice that they took this ghost town and turned it into a really nice attraction. Our next stop is the Sightscreeve Pass. This is one of the most amazing highways you're going to drive on, but it's also very narrow and very dangerous. If you have an RV or a trailer, I don't recommend you drive this road, as this driver from decades ago has found out. You'll see this highway on the road between Kingman and Oatman. The next stop is Cool Springs, Arizona. This gas station was built in the 20s and then abandoned in the 60s. In 2001, someone bought the property and completely restored it. Now it's a really popular gift shop on Route 66. And there's the mayor. It's located between Oatman and Kingman. While I was visiting, the place was closed, but I still got to walk around and check out all the displays. It's also just a really pretty area. Hopefully one day I'll get to come back and visit when the place is open. The next stop is Antares, Arizona. It's also the site of the Giganticus Heticus. The place was closed when I got here, but I got to look at all these really neat old vehicles. There's also a store and a motel here. One theme about Arizona that you're going to find, every place is in a really pretty area. That's why Arizona is my favorite part of Route 66. And that's the Heticus right there. Not sure what that thing is. Our next stop is Hackberry, Arizona. This town is located between Kingman and Seligman. This town was stranded when they built a new highway south of here. It never really was more than a grocery store and some gas stations. And they lasted until 1978. It's a really interesting place to visit because they've saved a lot of cars, trucks, appliances, and signs from the past and turned it into a sort of outdoor museum. Oh, and here's the mayor. It wasn't open while I was here, and I'm not even sure if it's ever opened. But somebody definitely takes care of this place, and they do an amazing job. The next stop is Valentine, Arizona. Most of this town is off limits behind a fence, but you can still enjoy all the buildings from the highway. Someone has restored this gas station and parked a couple vehicles out front. I really enjoy the sign. And there's another one right next door. I'm pretty sure this is a Route 66 attraction and that it may be open during the summer months. But look at that car. It's so dreamy.
What the fuck? What time is it? 1:51.
And in the background, there's a few more buildings. I'll try coming here in the summer to see if it's open. And right across the highway is Bert's Country Dancing. The next town is Seligman, Arizona. This is one of my favorite towns along Route 66. It's located between Flagstaff and Kingman. This town has done a great job of preserving the history of Route 66. There isn't a lot of abandoned buildings here, but there's plenty of restored and vintage gift shops and restaurants. Like there's a lot of them. You can spend an hour or two here walking down Main Street checking out all these amazing places. But if you do come to Seligman, make sure you don't speed. There's also plenty of services here, including motels. Twin Arrows is a ghost town between Flagstaff and Winslow. There used to be 2 arrows here, but one of them fell down. This trading post was created in the late 1940s, but unfortunately, it was abandoned in 1995 due to low traffic. It's a great place to explore, and as you can see, it's very popular with graffiti artists. This was the old cafe, and it still has some of the equipment inside. And this was the old trading store. I'm not sure what that was, but that was creepy. And of course, there was a gas station here as well, and it's long gone. But you can still see the garage. The next stop is Two Guns, Arizona. This may be one of the more fascinating places along Route 66. The town pretty much began in 1922 when they built a gas station on the location. And not long after that, they opened a zoo and some more businesses. This is one of the gas stations that were built in the 60s. Also in the 60s, they built this motel. The only thing that's left is this pool.
I got X at 38
and I guess
a
the change
share.
room for the pool is still there too. There used to be some taverns and other businesses here, but they have all been gone. In 1971, they rebuilt the highway that bypassed the town. And the town has been dying ever since, to the point where there's nobody left. This bridge was built in 1938 for Route 66. Another cool thing about this town is that it used to have a zoo. All these stone buildings were part of the zoo built after 1925. The owner of the zoo was actually mauled by one of his mountain lions. He did survive. This looks like the Flintstones. The zoo pretty much lasted till the 50s, then a lot of it was relocated to where the motel was. Two Guns was a very popular place along Route 66 during its heyday. Native artifacts here go back to the year 1050. This looks like it was the outhouse. And there's a cage for one of the animals. I can't believe it's still here and intact. And this is where it happened. The Apache Death Cave. Some Apaches had hidden in the cave to avoid detection from the Navajo. When the Navajo discovered this, they burned some sagebrush to try to force the Apaches to escape. And once they did, that's where they killed them. 42 people died here.
Damn.
The buildings that you see on site had nothing to do with the Apache Death Cave. They were part of the zoo. The zoo offered tours of the Apache Death Cave, and it looks like the cave has now been blocked, so no one can go in there anymore. Our next stop is Meteor City. It was never a town, but rather it operated as a trading post. It opened in 1938 and also had a service station. A few years ago, a couple people bought this place hoping to restore it, I'm not sure how the restoration's going right now, but it does not look like it's open. Hopefully, it will be ready in time for the 100th anniversary in 2026. Our next stop is Fort Courage. This place is amazing. It was a trading post, but it was also a replica of the fort built on a 60s TV show called F Troop. There was a grocery store, gift shop, gas station, all on location. Nobody really seems to know when it opened, but it looks like it opened in about 1967. And just as importantly, nobody even seems to know when it closed. If you happen to know when this place was shut down, please let me know in the comment section below. And right now, this place is listed as being for sale. And the last stop in Arizona is Lupton. This is right along the border with New Mexico. And it looks like it too was a trading post. There's a lot of these abandoned gift stores here, and a gas station. But it's also abandoned in one of the more beautiful spots along Route 66. This place was probably really popular before they built the interstate. But like a lot of towns, most places started to lose business. It sure is pretty here. And on the other side of the highway is this old abandoned gas station. It looks like whatever this was has recently burnt down. It is probably a restaurant or a cafe. So now we'll begin our journey into New Mexico. Our first stop in New Mexico is Thoreau. I came across this old gas station, cafe, and possibly a campground or motel. It's been abandoned for a long time, and it's in really bad shape. Most of it has collapsed now as well. That must have been a pretty big restaurant. I came back on a different day, as you can see. I couldn't believe it was snowing in Thoreau and nowhere else. But this is a market in Delhi. It's also right off I-40. It's not in town. It looks like this is probably the bar. Yeah, that's a lot of snow. You drive 20 miles down the road, and it was a lot warmer, and there was no snow at all. Our next stop is San Fidel, New Mexico. 2 miles east of town, there's this really amazing Whitting Brother gas station. It's gloriously abandoned. And it looks like the roof is caving in now. And across the street is the beautiful sign. So it looks like it was a grocery store, gas station, and a motel.
God damn it.
And you don't always know all the utilities and the facilities that are there, but you also don't know all the risks. And, you know, one thing that we know, every new technology, it comes with great promise, but it also comes with new risks that you have to manage and navigate. And being able to have a conversation that is kind of transparent and honest on both of those dimensions so that people can do the true benefit cost analysis. Like, we don't do that as much, as clearly as we might. Like about the shiny
Chad,
thing.
we might have a
Look
shot.
at this new thing. Look at all these
There's
things
only
you can do
3
and all this
questions,
sort of
and I got my question
stuff.
in.
So, like, how do
You'll
you
know
really
it if they
think
say
about
it.
to the
So let's
safety and they.
No, it's not
some
really
of
that
them
important,
haven't
to be
really thought
honest.
about that.
I thought it would, and
so
we have
for
nothing
me, I
else,
think
but
part
so
of this
far,
is
this has been
creating a much more
ultra
mature,
boring.
Holistic conversation
We
in
might have
all
a
of these
shot, bro.
spaces.
We might have
so
a
that, everybody understands the full range of issues that need to be addressed if folks are really going to be comfortable to have that adoption.
Responsible innovation.
Exactly.
Okay. And we have a question in the room, Rodrigo.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Rodrigo. I'm co-founder and CEO of Gabriel Money. And I have a comment and a question related to 2 comments that you just talked about. We are purposed to help young Latinos in the US close the wealth gap by accessing credit and non-predatory products. And we're early stage.
Hello?
Some of the purpose and the new businesses that we're building can
Hello?
definitely have unthought broader audiences. But my question goes to your last comment related to innovation and the perception of risks related to it. I've been asking my sponsor bank, when are you going to have FedNow? And I want that for safety reasons, because the product that is my key product,
we made a
secure credit card,
for
and I don't want to
Latinos,
have ACH surfing.
And then
going
fast
through
forward,
it.
half of our clients aren't even Latino.
And my sponsor bank answers me back, well, we have to understand because it might be too risky. So my question goes to how to address the perception of risk that comes with innovation that actually might not be true when people are just used to the old risks of the old technology and to deal with that.
So that's an excellent question. I say 2 things. So first, let us know who that bank is.
Oh, they said
we definitely want to go talk with them and get them to.
They might have caught me.
To adopt it, and we'll put them at ease. But I do think there is sort of a campaign element to this, to try to make sure that we're talking about these issues in regular language that regular people can understand, so that they don't feel like they're being sold something. Right. Ultimately, we need them to see this as a tool and something that they can leverage to their own benefit. And sometimes the hard sell, just gets everyone on edge. And so it's really about how do we talk about this? What materials are out there? What vehicles to communicate do we use?
Question.
So I know the venues that I would look at where this might come across. That's different, perhaps, than the venues that you might use, Hanena or Lolly or others in the room, depending on your background, depending on sort of the technology that existed when you grew up and all that kind of stuff. And so being creative about that and trying to be expansive I think is really the important element.
We have time for one more question, so I'm going to let you choose which one you want. Buffet.
Choice.
In your view, will impact of Dodd-Frank Section 1033 open banking, what will that have on financial inclusion in the future? Or please share your thoughts on non-bank
they didn't take
in payments.
Fuckers.
Well, I'm going to do the second one.
Okay.
But, that's pretty straightforward right there. So,
all right, this was my question. I sent it in there. Oh, they read all the other. I told you there's only 3. They put mine on review. But I said, love your work, Raphael. Thank you for your service. I remember a few years ago, you had a lot to say about municipal bonds. Are you still holding those? And how do you think diversity and inclusion will play out in municipal markets? Thanks again. I just wanted to hear him talk about municipal bonds, but no, I guess not.
Guess not.
These,
I'm not looking at that. I'm looking at X. We're looking at
They
American
are
Steel.
all things that facilitate a better functioning payment system and financial system.
OpenAI partners with Condé
And so
Nast.
we need them to be there. But the important thing is we need to have them in our conversations so they understand
Fallon
the
has
risks
joined his
that we're worried
company,
about. They
co-head
see
of
sort of how they
manufacturing
can
for
interact,
Stellantis.
and they can better understand the challenges and the problems that maybe they've not seen before. So means we got to just make a few more phone calls in different sectors to be engaged. But it's a really exciting time, and I look forward to seeing where this will take us moving forward.
Time is it?
Well,
2:09?
thank you both for the encouragement and the insights and your leadership. And at this time, we're going to actually take a break for about 10 minutes, and we're going to come back with our emerging payments session.
Oh, wow.
Thank you so much for your fireside chat.
What did she say for your fireside chat?
That was brutal. It was not as entertaining. Again, all of this week, we're waiting for Fed speakers. Remember, Jackson Hole is going to have more than just Powell. I think a lot of people forgot about that. Remember, Jackson Hole has a lot of different things. Oh, they removed my question from the fucking thing. Dude, they really got mad at that question. No, they deleted it off the thing. Every other question stayed there. Well, yeah, there it is. I guess touchy subject? I didn't know it was a touchy subject. That's so weird. Yeah, I didn't think that would get them, so, I just asked about municipal bonds and diversity and inclusion. I didn't think it was that bad. But hey, I guess not. I guess it's too much, man. Yeah. Why would they be mad? I don't know. That's weird. That's really, really weird. I don't like that. Well, all right, that. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. But I do think everybody needs to get ready for a lot of Fed speakers and central bank speakers by the end of the week. Today was nothing, though. I mean, we have an hour and 50 minutes left, but we ain't doing nothing, bro. I'm the industry's worst nightmare. Thank you for doing what you do. I know, man. Imagine a world, though, like if it was like, if you put us in this spot like 20 years ago and like it was harder to censor, oh man, it'd be fun. But either way, God's plan, baby, we good. As long as you have a law term, your life will be amazing. It actually is going to be a weird amazing. You guys got to remember that. Remember, when you own investments and hold for the long term, the richer you get, the poorer you are going to feel. Not only as you compare other things, but like remember, if you have a lot of money going to savings and to the long term, like think about it, you're not selling it. So it's common, is what I'm trying to tell you, is that it's very, very common that you will have a lot of money in a investment account, but then you're gonna feel broke because you'll have more money.
We picked up U.S. Steel at $38
versus
I wish
all
I
the
would
money
have
you play with.
I wish I would have got a little more because it's back up now, but. The contracts are expensive.
Oh, I need to see. My bad. Redfin pop again. I just hope we can sell. Again, I did Toll Brothers. Toll Brothers is pricing in 6. I think Ueda's speech could be big. but it shouldn't be the most important. There's a lot more going on, but that is the other one. Thursday night leading into Friday. It's a special council meeting on there.
What are these? Are these weeklies? The weeklies are kind of cheap. I don't want to. No. I mean, it's possible, but.
Hold on, I want to show you guys this. I got the. Oh, did it get deleted?
They got 38 fives on the weeklies.
All right, so I have another one. But yeah, I don't know what this. Remember I told you guys yesterday? Didn't I tell you that somebody, well, I guess CEO wanted an interview? And I was like, who the fuck are you? So this is the company, dude. I got another email from somebody weird. So this, CNEQ. I have no idea. Has anybody heard of this? Alger Concentrated ETF. The CEO wants to talk to us, but I have no idea what the fuck they do. That's why I'm like, I don't know if this is a scam. They probably want promo, but it's weird. Take-Two is popping. Take-Two pop before GTA 6?
What?
Take-Two is running. Yeah, I've never heard of them either. FDA ICU medical updates restructuring regarding batteries for Plum 360. There's something on batteries and medical devices. Bro, that Take-Two pop is huge. 2%. Looks like a brand new ETF. Yeah, but the guy has, like, go look up the CEO of it. I saw him, like, he's been on CNBC. When I Googled his name, he's been on there like 4 or 5 times. So they love him on what's it called? They love him on CNBC. But I don't know. I don't even know what they hold. So let me see what they hold. Alger. I know I see. Wants to make a cult ETF. Yeah, the beauty is we don't need to. You know, remember, everything we do with the long term and by posting it, that allows you guys to make your long term without paying any fees to anybody. Isn't that awesome? You get to collect your dividends, you get to make your money, and then that's it. It says Sam Bankman also was on CNBC. He's going to try to get you to vote for Kamala. I feel bad. I already have there's only one person. I have one of my friend's moms. She knows that I'm voting for Donald now, and she's sad. She's trying to convince me to vote for Kamala. But I'm like, come on. It ain't. I'm sorry, lady. I love you. You're amazing, but no. So yeah, I pissed off one real life person. Good friend. Ask her which policy she's like. No. I don't talk to those people. I say, okay, gotta go. Bye. That's it. You've had 4 to 8 years to make up your mind with a lot of evidence, so I've given up.
Damn.
I just live my life. I don't need to save anybody. You missed the big plays, looking for Longeveron. I mean, we hit the bonds pretty good. I didn't tell you guys how much I made on the yen because I did that play after hours. I don't think it would be right to flex on that, even though I've told you about it several times. But we did good on the bonds. There's like some good 8 to 10 grand plays on there. But the yen really was the latest major one. And then you never know though too. There's a couple. I think if biotech lands second half, we'll at least get 1 or 2. You have to explain to them you aren't trying to argue. Yeah, but that's why it's usually So hype yourself and figure it out, and then we'll have another one. So you're willing to lose friends and acquaintances over politics? No, the politics has helped me realize the type of people that I want to be around and not. So like I'm saying, I even, again, someone brought it up yesterday. They're like, I'm one of those Democrats, and I'd never banned them. You know why? Because they don't get in, they're not asking me dumb, stupid questions, not trying to bait me into an argument. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's it. Like, you could stand wherever you stand on the spectrum, do your thing, but how you communicate and if you support mindless, brainless propaganda, I just know not to interact with you. And those people, I'm more than willing. That's it. If I want to make more money and become more famous, then I have to do the opposite. It's very simple. I hope you guys all recognize that. If I want to make more money, become more popular, and have more social media presence, all I have to do is flip-flop, and then I'll have an incentive to be nice to everybody about that, and then deal with the pandering and deal with the brainwashing, and then find something to sell to you, and then boom, and then I'll get hooked up on it. But I just know I don't want to be around those people because I know what it's like. So keep the political crap out of here. Well, I could do whatever I want, but then, like I was saying, once I throw in a lot of traps, because then once people say something and see one thing, I know to eliminate them, and then that's it. But that's why I got here. Just get a long term, and that's it. You could still listen, even if I ban you, but that's just it. If you're on, one part of the spectrum, I'm just going to wish you well, and I don't want to speak to you. I think it's easy. Not just like you wouldn't want to speak to a Trump supporter or anybody like that. So, I don't know. Got the LT, amen. That's all you need, baby. That's all you need. I don't know what the news on Take Two is. The snowflake bots are unreal. No, today's a glorious day. I've been in a very good mood from the morning, and I'm still in it. I've got good workouts. That's all. I think we're entering the second half of the Josh shift, where now you guys are probably going to get more sensitive to what I say than me getting sensitive about it. That's what I've noticed. Some people like, oh man, you this. I'm like, nah, we chilling. If you're not used to it, it might come off a little weird. You know what I'm saying? 2K pre-order? No. I feel like that has to be GTA 6. That's a big pop. Or again, lately, any of these random pops have all been off of, all of these have been off of conference call updates. Do I even talk about stocks? Yeah, man, we got like 250,000 on just long-term plays that we've only done live on stream. Isn't that awesome? So yeah, man, there's a lot today. If you missed it, not too much data, but overseas getting ready for PAL, and then individual company names. I don't know if I'm gonna get the new 2K. No, I don't know. I really don't now. Because then I'm like, if I don't buy it, then I don't have to play it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, all right, and I'm free. Does this guy even talk about 2K? But yeah, so I don't know. Maybe I'll buy 2K25 like towards the end, like once they like put it on sale after the holidays. But I don't know. I see the weird opportunity. If I just don't buy it, then I won't play it. XLP 52-week high is crazy. No, I didn't get clapped on TNXP. I'm getting clapped on it. I'm still up from yesterday, but I've given up most of the gains. So like I made like 1,200 yesterday. I'm down 1,000 on it now because I doubled up the size. And then I'm down to hold it. There was more headlines, but not really like iRacing. I would like to play like Forza, but then I feel like if I get Forza, like no lie, I'm going to end up buying a real car. See, that's the thing. 2K, I just end up in the gym. But like if I start playing like car games, I'm going to buy a car. Like fuck that. News at 12 for TNXP. Good or bad? Well, Microsoft pumping SPY back to open. I used to love Forza, though, when I was young. I love Forza, bro. Forza's a really cool game. I used to get so mad, though, because I didn't know how to time cars or tune cars. Like, you know how some people back in the day would make, like, crazy tunes? My tunes would suck. I was shit at tuning. But I had a lot of fun. Why are we going up? No real reason. Again, even the way down. So sadly, anything that's happening right now isn't, I don't think it's really being based off of any like headline. That's why your OEF answers, pretty much. I tried it and know, bro, the tunes were crazy. That was an era. I don't know. Xbox 360, Forza, that was like the best. That was the best time. Can I make you some stock market earmuffs? Stock market live earmuffs? Maybe. Oh, you hear that? That was my neck. Netflix hit 700 earlier today. And then we don't know why Take-Two's up there. Borderlands. Oh, there it is. You guys all just dropped that at once. Borderlands 4 officially confirmed. There's no way that shoots up the stock 2.5. I guess Borderlands is kind of popular, but that's crazy. What the fuck is Grand Theft Auto gonna do then? Need for Speed Underground 2, best racing game of all time. I agree. Yeah, again, I don't know. I don't like Take-Two. I like it and I don't. You heard the Borderlands rumor on. I didn't think it would move it like that. So usually, I mean, Borderlands, if it's not like, you know, franchise, you know, big box game like that, it shouldn't move it up like that. But I guess Borderlands was kind of. But I don't like Take-Two. They're just making so money. Auto, the 2K, like the fact that these guys blowing money is wicked.
Two contracts at 89. Replace.
Def Jam Fight for New York. I remember that.
One contract at bid. Place.
That's crazy. We have a couple of earnings calls still today. There's a couple. You still got quite the lineup.
What the fuck?
So listen, we need some new kids stories. Anybody got ideas? Maybe something with animals? I have an idea about 3 little pigs. Oh, that sounds cute. Oh, I don't love his tone. Each minuscule porker builds a house. One of straw, one of sticks, and one of bricks. Adorable so far. Strange vibes from this guy, though. But now a wolf approaches because he smells pig flesh. Oh, yeah, there it is. This is gonna get dark, I think. He asks the swine in the straw house to let him in. Uh-oh. But obviously the swine says, not by the hair of my chinny chin chin. What? Not by the hair of my chinny chin chin. No, I heard you. What are you talking about? It's an expression about chin hairs. It's not. It's called a beard, and it's weird that that's the first thing a pig brings up. But this wolf is determined to do murder. Oh my god. So what does he do? What are wolves known for? Teeth? Their breath. That's right. Not what I said. So he breathes on this house till it collapses. It's made of straw after all. Oh no. But the swine escapes to the stick house to be with his sibling. Oh, thank God. Well, that was a happy ending. So now this wolf's in the mood for a double homicide.
No.
This is supposed to be for children. He requests entry into the second domicile, but you know what the second pig says? Does he say nothing and pretend they're not home? No, that would be insane. He talks about his chinny chin hair as well. Yeah, I thought he might. He's not letting this wolf in, not even by his chinny chin hair. Not a thing, I don't think. So the wolf obviously uses his lupine lung abilities again. Might make more sense to have the wolf bite the sticks. It's a commentary on the structural integrity of the edifice. Okay, I'm sorry. So the 2 pigs run away to the next house, but the wolf wants to get into that one as well. I'm guessing the pigs say not by the hair of their chinny chin chins. What? No, why would they? I just assumed. Oh, chinny chin chin. Yes, sorry, I thought you said shinny chin chin. I was like, pigs aren't known for their tibia fur. Right. Anyway, the wolf can't breathe this house down because it's made of bricks, so the pigs don't get murdered. They don't. No, it's a happy ending for the pigs. Wow, well, surprisingly decent way to end that. But the wolf climbs down the chimney and falls into a pot and is boiled alive. Oh my god. Instant 3rd-degree burns, flesh melted from the bone for this wolf. And so I figure that'll teach kids everywhere, you know, don't be dumb and lazy.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll consider it. Any other ideas that are maybe not as dark and horrifying? I have another one where a girl in a red hood brings some food to her grandma. Oh, that's nice. And she encounters a homicidal wolf that's into cosplay. There it is. Hi there, hello. Please hit that subscribe button. I am a disembodied head, so you can trust me. You can trust me.
We got 30 minutes till power hour.
This video is sponsored by NordVPN. More about them at the end of the sketch. Welcome to Sandwich with a Pretty Big Pickle in it. Our pickles are, they're normal. Hi there, hello, I'm Elon Musk. Yeah, no, I know, I read the makeshift sign. Good. Now, I'd like this restaurant to be different than it is. I think that would be better. Oh, snap! Sorry, who are you? I'm an Elon fanboy. I'm a boy fan of Elon. He follows me around everywhere. Now, please change the restaurant. I have complained. Well, that's, this place is the way that it is. Would you like a sandwich with a pretty big pickle in it? That's what we make here. I could buy this place, I know. I'm very rich. He's so rich you don't even know. Okay. You don't believe me? Check this out. I'm gonna text the CEO right now. Offer him double what it's worth. I don't recommend buying this place. Oh, hello, Elon. Oh, hey, you're the CEO I just texted. I am. Listen, the board approved the offer. Oh. See, I don't think you should have done that. Now you're stuck. He meant to do it, idiot. Well, I wasn't serious, so don't. I don't want to buy it. He was joking, idiot. You made a legally binding offer. But I don't wanna.
Yeah.
I don't know how to defend this part yet. I'm sure you'll get there. You have to abide by the offer you made. There's dust over there. You didn't disclose dust. Oh, there it is. Sketchy hidden dust. It's still a deal. Like legally, you gotta buy the thing that you said you'd buy. Well, that's what I always wanted. This guy's playing 4D chess. I don't know. I kind of feel like he's playing Monopoly, complaining about the rules, hoarding all the money, and somehow still losing. Yeah, he's a genius. Okay, so you can't be communicated with. Got it. Okay, now tell me how this place works, and keep in mind I know exactly how it works because of how smart I am. Oh, okay. Well, you know, there's a whole staff back there, and they make the food and make sure the place is running smoothly. Right, so let's fire them. What? Oh, brutal. He doesn't give an F. But he should, though, right? Like, this place isn't gonna work without the people that make it work. Let's remove the locks on the doors. If it doesn't feel safe for people to come here, I don't know that they're gonna come. Let them leave. That's how we make our money. No, now we will charge people for things they don't want or need. Yeah, I'll pay for that. What? I will charge people for priority seating and priority ordering. I've sent you some money, sir. And what's with this branding? No one likes it. We make sandwiches with pretty big pickles. I feel like this reflects that. Let's change the name to just a letter. Let's call it Zed and make the branding unrecognizable. I think that's a good move, business-wise. The restaurant has an internationally recognizable brand name, and it's very much part of the culture. Yeah, Zed sounds cool. I like Zed. Nobody's gonna call it that. Zed? Okay, some people might call it that. Adopt me, Elon! This place doesn't seem to be doing so well, and it's because people are attacking me personally. That might be part of it, sure. This report says that this place is already worth less than half of what you paid for it. I'll divert some money from one of my other companies. That'll help. I don't know that investors of your other companies will like that. He's playing 5D checkers over here. Why aren't people coming in here anymore? Well, I mean, and keep in mind, more people are coming in here than ever. What? And I'm gonna sue the people that are not coming in here anymore because they're costing me my business, which is the best it's ever been. He's playing 6D Connect 4. The kitchen's already on fire. Zed is thriving. I think I quit. Actually, no, you're fired. So I get severance? Okay, cool. I've impregnated one of the female employees. Oh, God, do you do that at every company you buy?
Adopt me, Elon.
Hi there, hello, it's me. I'm the Adstronaut. I'm out here in ad space to talk to you about NordVPN. So listen, I love using NordVPN to get around geo restrictions and watch content from around the world. That's how I'm able to watch my current favorite sports show where the announcer doesn't quite understand the game. Welcome back to another exciting night of hokey. But another great thing about NordVPN is how safe it makes me feel online. NordVPN's Threat Protection Pro offers advanced digital protection for malware and online threats. Get out of here, sketchy websites. So now I can watch my show with peace of mind. Now it seems like the hokey players have sticks. We don't know where they got those. Perhaps they brought them from home. NordVPN also has a dark web monitor. That scans the web for any data leaks your info may have been compromised in. Get out of here, leaky websites. And hey, you can take advantage of the exclusive NordVPN deal right now. Every purchase of the 2-year plan will receive 4 bonus months on top. It's risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. Are they on ice right now? That's got to be so chilly for them. Hi there, hello. Please hit that subscribe button. I am a disembodied head, so you can trust me. You can trust me.
What the hell, y'all?
Hi. Hey, that's my hat. This? Yeah, that belongs to me. No, this is my hat. I have it on my head. Yeah, but you took that from me. Yeah, I did. So now I have it. It's mine. But That shouldn't be allowed. What do you mean I liked it, so I took it and I put it on my head and now it's mine? Oh, no, I don't like this at all. Well, I don't know what to say here. You can't just take other people's stuff. Sure I can. I took this hat. No, I mean, yeah, you can physically take it. Yeah, so there you go. But you shouldn't do that. That's my property. I own it. I know that feels like something you're just imagining, though, you know? No, it's not imaginary. Well, yeah, because I took it and nothing stopped me from doing that, so I think all that stuff's in your head, you know? Oh, boy, this is nuts, I guess. There needs to be some kind of consequence for this kind of behavior, I think. Like if you take something that somebody decided was theirs, then something bad happens to you? Exactly, yeah, because it's mean. I don't feel good about this. That would kind of make me not want to take stuff anymore. Well, good, because that's the idea. So what kind of consequences would we be talking? I mean, I don't know. Maybe we could get another person to judge the situation and figure something out. Okay. So you want me to decide what bad thing should happen to this guy because he took a hat that was your hat? Yeah, yes, please. I just want to say I wouldn't have taken the thing if I knew something bad was going to happen to me. I feel like I should have a big white wig on. Do you guys agree with that? Yeah, and maybe a little hammer. I was going to say a hammer, too. So listen, because you took the hat, I'm thinking we should put you in a room. I'm already in a room. No, this would be a different room. Would I get food? You would be fed, yeah, at no cost to you. Oh, I'm not a fan of this punishment. Yeah, this sounds fine to me. I'm actually still okay with having taken the hat. No, because see, you wouldn't be able to leave this room for a long time. Oh, okay, yeah, no, that sounds boring. It would be. I don't like that. But since we just made this whole thing up, I think we can let you off with a warning this time. Oh, okay, great, thanks. Can I get the hat back, though? Oh, yeah, that's a good point. Give him the hat back. Oh, okay, here you go. Thank you. Yeah, and if you do other mean stuff, we'll put you in that room, and the meaner the stuff, the longer you stay in there. That makes sense. I like this system. It's a good system. It is, so you can't do mean stuff anymore, sir. Or I could keep doing mean stuff and make sure you guys don't find out about it. Oh, I think you found a loophole. Oh, yeah, I think we just created a new problem. Hey, listen, I want to talk to you about your face, okay? Okay, yeah, what about it? I don't like it. Oh, okay. I'm sorry, I guess. I don't like looking at it at all. I don't like it. Okay, I mean, you don't have to. You can look elsewhere. I'm looking this way, and your face is there, and I don't like that, and I would appreciate if you moved it. I mean, I've been standing here for 72 hours. I'm not moving now. Well, it looks like you forced me into a corner here, and I'm all out of options. What do you mean? You forced my hand. To do what? I'm gonna list everything I don't like about your face. Oh, I don't like that. That doesn't sound pleasant. It is gonna be unpleasant. Okay, first of all, I don't like your glasses. They make your eyes too big. You look like a lemur. Ah, that's the dumbest animal. I don't think you blink enough and your nose is unnecessary. Okay, I'm actually pretty sensitive about my blinking. Your hair is arbitrary. I don't know what that meant, but I didn't like how it felt. The shape of your face is okay, you need to shut your mouth and stop saying things with it. No, I'm gonna keep listing, actually. Your ears, if I had to point them out in a lineup, it would be very simple to do that because of how stupid they look. Like, it wouldn't even be a
Oh.
What did you do to me? I don't know. That hurt everything in my head so much. What did you do? Well, I didn't like the sounds you were making with your mouth, so I thought maybe if I put my hand there really fast, it might obstruct your whole speaking area without you even noticing. Well, I noticed the whole thing. Well, yeah, I could see that. I didn't like that at all. I can't make that clear enough. Oh, I hated it. Well, good, you know? Oh, man. Oh, so are you, like, done saying mean things about my face because of that? Well, I had some other things to list off, but if I do that, are you gonna do that hand thing again? I mean, yeah, I guess I could. Well, I'm not gonna say those things. What? That is awesome. Yeah, whatever, just don't do that thing again. That's not cool. Well, what if I do it again? Please don't. Wow, you really don't like it, huh? I feel like I'm being clear. I don't like it. So I could just be like, give me your lunch money? What are you talking about? Well, give me your lunch money or I'll do the hand thing again. It's like 2 p.m. I already ate my lunch money. Well, I think you're supposed to use that to buy lunch. Well, nobody told me that. I'm just winging it out here. Okay, well, give me your house. No, I can't give you that. I'll do the hand thing. Give me your house. Come on, all my stuff is in there. Well, give it. Well, then how about I do the hand thing to you? Well, you can't do the hand thing. I'm the one that does the hand thing. Maybe I can. You don't know. Well, I mean, there's no precedent for that, though. Historically speaking, I'm the one that does the hand thing where I move my hand really fast into somebody's mouth. You wouldn't even know where to start.
Oh.
Oh, I did it. Oh, man, I hated that. Yeah, I told you it's awful. I have a headache. Oh, yeah, I do too, and it sounds like a phone's ringing. Yeah, I saw you guys do that hand thing to each other. Do that some more, okay? Actually, I feel like we should probably not do it to each other anymore. It does seem dangerous. Yeah, like one of us can end up unconscious or something. Oh, that sounds really cool. Okay, how about I give some money to the one of you that knocks the other person out? Yeah, I don't know, man. It really hurts. Yeah, and I already ate. Okay, well, what if the winner also gets, this belt? Oh, a belt? I want that frickin' belt. That's pretty annoying, that sound. Okay, look, what do you want? Well, I mean, I think you accidentally put tape on my mouth. I couldn't speak. Well, yeah, no, that was the whole idea. Okay, well, I wish you hadn't done that because I could have told you I don't live here. No, I know. This is none of my stuff is here, and I don't want to embarrass you, but I think you got some on my hands too, because I can't get off this chair. No, I know, this is all on purpose. I'm gonna put the tape back now, okay? I won't be able to talk though. I know, I need to make a phone call. Hello? Hi there. Hello. So I have your brother. Oh, yeah. I was wondering where he was. Can you tell him to come home? I will tell him that if you give me money. Okay, maybe just put him on the phone and I'll tell him myself if that's cheaper. Is this like a phone plan issue or? No, I mean, he's not going home unless I get some money. Okay, I don't know, but those are two completely unrelated things. Well, that's the thing. I'm making them related. One depends on the other now, I decided. So you get paid money and he leaves? Exactly, yeah. It's that simple. Okay, well, I could talk to my old boss and see if he's hiring. Do you have any restaurant experience or? That's not, no, I'm not trying to get a job. You give me some of your money and then your brother gets to go. So you want to like sell me my own brother? Yeah, like I stole him and now you get to buy him back. Oh, you stole him? Well, that's not allowed. I'm going to transfer you to the police, okay? No, don't do that. That's not part of. Bye, good luck. Okay. Hi there. Hello, it's me. I'm the police. Okay, hi. What's up? What can I do for you? Okay, yeah, so listen, I stole a guy and I want some money for having done that. You stole a guy? Yeah, I stole a guy. Well, you should give him back. You're not allowed to steal anything at all. We don't like that, we decided. Well, I did already, and now someone has to pay me. Well, I mean, who's your employer? Employers are the ones that pay people. That has nothing to... I'm doing this. Oh, so this is like a freelance business you're starting? It's not a business. It's just a new thing I'm doing. I'm calling it kidnapping, and I want money. Kid? So you stole a child? No, he's like a full-grown man. So why'd you say kid? That doesn't make any sense. Well, what am I supposed to say? Man-napping? That's not catchy. This has to be catchy. Are you saying napping or nabbing? Napping, double P. Well, that does... Nabbing with two B's means to steal something. Why are you going this sleepy child route with it? Just let me do me. I'm the creative one here. It doesn't sound creative. It sounds wrong. You nabbed a man. Say it right. No. Dang it. Okay, well, I'm gonna have to talk to my boss about this and get back to you, okay? Okay, make sure to tell him I want money. Love you, bye. What? Yeah, hi, police chief? Yeah, I'm the police chief. I have a much more commanding mustache. Yeah, you sure do, sir. So listen, I'm on the phone with the guy, and he says he took somebody against their will. Well, that shouldn't be allowed. You know, I thought so too, so what should we do? Where's he keeping this person? In a room, I imagine? He's calling it kidnapping. That's a horrible name. It makes no sense. I agree. Well, we have to do something about this. I don't think you should be allowed to take someone against their will and keep them in a room. What do we do? Well, I think we should take this guy against his will and put him in a room. That sounds like what he's doing. Oh my God. So should I do it? Well, if you do that, I'm gonna have to take you against your will and keep you in a room. Well, then who's gonna take you against your will and keep you in a room? That's a good question. I guess you'll have to do it. I'll be in a room. Oh, right. Damn it. Well, okay, maybe we can take people against their will and keep them in a room, but other people can't. Yep, that's a good idea. That sounds good to me. Okay, I'll go with that. Thanks, sir. I have a fiercer mustache than you. Okay, bye. Hi there. Hello, it's me, the police again. Hello, do you have money for me? No, we decided to put you in a room over this. No, I don't want to be put in a room. Well, we're gonna take you to one, and you're not gonna be allowed to leave. Am I gonna be paid? No, we will, because we'll be doing our job. So you're just taking my idea. Yeah, we're taking your idea. It's ours. We're gonna do that now. Well, I gotta say, I don't like this turn of events at all. Well, oh, wait, hold on. This guy wants to say something. Love you, bye. Listen, we've been through a lot together, and I've developed a psychological bond with you. I want to be friends or more. Ugh.
Or more.
All right, I'm gonna turn myself in.
He's so funny, dude. He's so
Hi there.
funny.
Hello. Welcome to the money place where we keep everybody's
in.
money. Hi. I want some of the money. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Do you have an account with us? No, I don't have an account. No. Oh well, then I can't give you any money because this all belongs to people. Well, I decided I want some anyway, so give it over here. Well, I can't. Our whole thing is that we keep people's money so people don't take it from them. So you can't take it from us. Well, I am. So give some to me now. Well, listen, I'll talk to my boss, but I don't think he's gonna go for it. No, don't talk to your boss. Just a second, I'm gonna talk to my boss. Okay. Hey, boss, this guy wants some of the money that we keep here for people. Oh, well, no, he can't have any. That doesn't belong to him. Yeah, that's what sir, this money doesn't belong to you. I know that, but see, I'd like it to. Understandable. Okay, he'd like for it to belong to him. Yeah, okay, but sir, I'm afraid people trust us to keep their money here until they need it. Right, okay, but see, the thing is, if you don't give me some of the money, I might do something violent. Oh, uh-oh. Yeah, so, give me some. Oh, man, violence hurts. This guy has some leverage on us now. Yeah, I don't want anything violent to happen. Should we give him some money? Well, maybe he's bluffing. I can hear you, and no, I'm not bluffing. I can maybe do this hand thing really fast, or maybe get some kind of projectile launcher. I haven't decided. Well, you're really putting us in a tough spot here. I kind of wish we had a button we could press right about now that would make a loud noise. How would that help? Well, then everybody would know that something bad is happening right now. Listen, you guys, you definitely don't have time to install anything like that, because I want the money now. He's got a point. Okay, yeah, so then maybe just make the noise with your mouth then. That's a good idea. Woo! What is that sound? It means that something bad is happening over here right now. Oh, okay. I guess that's alarming. Okay, so that guy knows about it now. Is that helpful? It doesn't seem to have helped. The guy's still here. Yeah, I'm still here. The fact that other people know about this now hasn't changed your intentions? No, I'd still like the money, and I'm still threatening violence to get it. Oh, dang it. It feels like we should get the police involved. No, don't get the police involved. Just a second, we're gonna get the police involved. Okay. Hi there, hello. I'm one of the police officers down here at the police station. Yeah, hi, I'm calling from the money place. There's a guy here that says he's gonna play the violin. Oh, that's nice. I said violence. Right, that's right, sorry. He said he'd do something violent if we don't give him some of the money here. Oh, that's stealing. He's not allowed to do that. Right, maybe tell him that, see if that helps. Okay, yeah, so he says you're not allowed to do this. Yeah, no, I figured, but I'm gonna do it anyway, I decided.
There's a guy here.
There's a guy here that says he's gonna play the violin. Oh, that's nice. I said violence. Right, that's right, sorry. He said he'd do something violent if we don't give him some of the money here. Oh, that's stealing. He's not allowed to do that. Right, maybe tell him that, see if that helps. Okay, yeah, so he says you're not allowed to do this. Yeah, no, I figured, but I'm gonna do it anyway, I decided. Okay, he says he's gonna do it anyway. Okay, well, I guess I'll come down there, lock this guy up, put him in a room. Okay, he's gonna come put you in a room. Well, then I'm gonna get out of here before he shows up. Oh, this guy's good. He says he's gonna leave before you get here. Oh, man. Okay, well, do you guys have any cameras set up there or something? No, why would we have a camera? Well, if I know what this guy looks like, maybe I could track him down later. Okay, I guess I could get one installed, but for now, do you just want me to describe his face to you? Oh, I think he heard me. He's putting a mask on. I can't see his face anymore. Yeah, you can't see my face anymore. Oh, this guy's very good. Okay, well, let me ask you something. Does he have the exact same face as you? No, I didn't see any resemblance, to be honest. Okay, well, I'm gonna make my way over there now. Do you need anything while I'm out? Sandwich. Okay, this is taking forever. Are you guys gonna give me some money or not? Well, I think we'd prefer not to, and the police guy, he's on his way. Okay, well, you know what? I think I'm just gonna take this pen of yours, and I'll be on my way. Oh, well, that's our... I'm taking this pen. Okay, he took the pen. I guess we should probably put a little chain on those pens moving forward. That's a good idea. All right, so this is it. We put you in a room. It finally happened. Yeah, okay, I actually find this room kind of bland. I'm not a fan of it for sure. Yeah, that's on purpose. These bars you have here, they're doing nothing for the flow of the space. Well, I don't know what to tell you. You have to be behind some bars now, we decided. Well, you're behind bars too. No, I'm in front of bars. Not from my perspective. Well, listen, that's kind of blowing my mind a little bit, but let's just default to my perspective, okay? Okay, so can I go home? Because all my stuff is there. No, this is the place you have to stay for a long time because of the things you did that people didn't like. I mean, I don't really think I did anything that bad. It says here you did a backflip, snapped somebody's neck, and ruined everybody's day. In my defense, though, I thought he was a bad guy. It also says you took somebody's hat, you just kept taking it over and over. Yeah, well, that's not my fault. That's because I wanted it. I don't think I should be punished for that. And also, you wore some, what does that say? Okay, am I just getting punished for stuff I wore here? I mean, you wore somebody's face like a mask. Oh, yeah, no, that was messed up of me. I should probably get punished for that. Yeah, so now you're in a room and you're gonna have to stay here for quite some time, sir. Okay, do I have to wear these orange clothes the whole time? Yeah, you gotta wear orange clothes the whole time, we decided. Why? Well, we actually had a little contest at the office and the winner got to pick the color. That was my call, actually. And you went with orange? Yeah, see, there's actually a lot of thought that went into the decision. See, candy corn corn's my favorite. Candy corn is very good. Okay, so you're gonna, like, lock me in here? Yeah, that's the idea. So then I need to kind of figure out how to get out. No, don't do that. This is kind of like a game then. If I escape, I win. That's not what this is. Well, you should definitely set this up that way. You could hide clues around, and those will lead to riddles. I'm not gonna do that. And then those riddles lead to other clues, and eventually I get out of the room. Okay, look, that all sounds super fun, but this place is kind of about rehabilitating you so you could go back into society, kinda. How is keeping me in a room gonna accomplish that? Well, see, we're gonna make you hang out almost exclusively with other violent people, day in, day out. Is that gonna work? It might, because it doesn't sound like that's gonna make me better for society. Well, it's also about punishing you for the bad stuff, you know? Can I go outside at all? Yeah, for about an hour a day. Okay, I mean, an hour doesn't seem like enough time for me to go home, relax, and come back here. Oh, yeah, no, you gotta stay on the premises. We're gonna have a little fenced-off area and some very angry men in towers. Well, what am I supposed to do out there? Try not to get stabbed by the other people we're gonna put in here mostly. Oh, no! Yeah, we're gonna put a bunch of rule breakers in here. Really fill this place up. What else am I supposed to do around here other than avoid being stabbed? Oh, you can read books, you can get in great shape, you can poop in front of people that'll get mad at you for doing it. What? Just don't try to leave. We don't like that, we decided. Okay, who put you in charge anyway? Oh, well, everybody, kind of. Everybody. Yeah, see, we gotta protect everybody's freedoms by having some people who have the power to take away people's freedoms if those people threaten other people's freedoms by exercising their freedoms outside the boundaries of the rules. Okay, so the people that protect people's freedoms out there told me to limit your freedom to right here for an extended period of time because you threatened people's freedoms out there. I guess that does make some sense. Feels like that power dynamic might need some pretty serious oversight, though. No, it won't. Hi there. Hello. So listen, I have a proposal for you. Oh, I'm actually already engaged. I guess I could see if I could get out of it, though. No, I'm actually not interested in marrying you. You see that guy over there standing there all stupid and ugly and dumb and stupid? Yeah. Well, listen, I think if you want to marry him, you're gonna have to be a bit nicer. No, I don't want to marry anybody. See, the thing about that guy is that he's the worst, and I hate him with a deep passion, and his existence is inconvenient for me, and I don't even... Oh, well, I guess I should avoid him. Sure, then. Yeah, that's not enough for me, I decided. Well, I mean, that's pretty much your only option here. Or is it? Yeah. No, see, what I was thinking was, what if I give you some money? I don't think that's gonna help with the situation you've described, but I'm definitely willing to try that strategy. Well, no, see, actually, there's more to the plan. See, what if I give you money and then you make him go away? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah? Yeah. You don't want him to be around anymore. Exactly. So I'd take your money, I'd go over there, and I'd help him get a plane ticket. No, like a travel agent situation. Not a no, you're not understanding the situation. What I want is for that guy to not be an alive person anymore. Oh, well, listen, good news. Everybody stops being an alive person eventually.
Hey,
yeah, but I would like
stops.
that to happen for this particular person sooner rather than later. Let me ask you something. Have you tried wishing? I have. Did it work? No, it did. He's still right over there. It didn't work. Oh, yeah, he sure is. Look at that. So what I would like to do is to give you some money. Yeah, okay. And in exchange, you do something terrible to that guy so he stops being an alive person faster than maybe he would have without intervention. Oh, you want a murder to be done on him? Yeah, but I don't want to do the murder myself because everybody knows how much I hate that guy. I've been yelling about it, like, loud. So you want to give me some money to go do a murder on that guy? Yeah, like, see, this is a job that I would hire you for. Yeah, like a job you'd hire me for. So how does that work for tax purposes? It doesn't. It's like a secret. Oh, fun. So you're on board? Sure. I mean, I do like being given money. All right, well, go ahead on it. Hi there, hello. So, hey, guess what? What? Somebody doesn't want you to be alive anymore, they decided. Oh. Don't tell him. Oh, well, I already did that. So anyway, they paid me to make sure that happens to you and fast. Oh, so you're gonna do a murder on me? Yeah, I'm gonna do a murder on you, and I'm gonna get some money for having done that. Okay. I should say I don't think you're allowed to do murders on people. I'm just gonna call the police and check. Oh, okay, he's gonna call the police. Well, don't let him. Gotcha. Hey, could you not call the police? Could you not do a murder murder on me? Yeah, that sounds good to me. Good news, he's not gonna call them. Okay, great. So do the murder on him. Oh, I can't. That was part of the deal I just made with him. But you and I had a deal. Oh, yeah, he has a point. I already have a deal with him. Okay, so then I'll call the police. That's fair. No. Hi there. Hello, it's me. I'm the police. Yeah, hi there. Hello. There's a guy here and he wants to do a murder on me. Oh, no. That won't do. We don't like people doing murders on each other, we decided. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, thanks. Bye. I got a big mustache and, pretty cool hat. Sounds very cool. Okay, bye. So, yeah, I confirmed. You're not allowed to do this. Oh, okay, good to know. Turns out I'm not allowed. Yeah, I know, but I'll give you money if you do it anyway. That's the whole premise of this job. Oh, sneaky. Okay, I finally understand the assignment. Are you gonna do it? Well, it's 5:01 p.m. The workday's over. Oh, my God. Okay, bye. See ya. Have a good day now. You too. Oh, wait. Actually, hold on, sir. Yeah. What are you doing? Oh, I was just gonna head home and make a list of things I need to do and then not do them. Yeah. Okay, but that's one of our shirts from the store. Yeah, it's a great shirt. I like it a lot. Right. But so I figured I'd bring it home, wear it from time to time until I catch my reflection in the wrong lighting, and then it'll just kind of stay in a drawer forever. Okay, but you didn't pay for that, is my point. Oh, yeah. No, I didn't want to do that. I decided. But that you can't just decide not to pay. Well, I did do that, though. That's what I did. Things cost money. Well, I much prefer when they don't, so you can see why I'm proceeding this way. That's if you leave without giving me the proper amount of money for that sewn cloth, that goes against the whole concept of this establishment, right? So, in conclusion, you can't leave. But physically, I can, though. Yeah, but there's an unspoken thing where you come see me at a counter and you give me some money and I give you a little paper and then you can leave. It's like a little ritual. Uh-huh. This little paper gives you my blessing to take the thing and go. Yeah, I don't want to perform the ritual, though. I feel like I'm being clear. It'd be nice if you respected my choice here. Wow, okay. Well, if this kind of thing's gonna be happening, I'm gonna need to find some ways to prevent it, because I don't like this at all. Like what? What kind of ways? I don't know. Maybe I can install some kind of tag on the clothes that only I can remove, but if you try it shoots ink on the shirt and ruins it, how will ruining the shirt I took help you in any way? I guess it won't, but at least you won't get to enjoy the shirt, and maybe you'll think twice about doing it again. What if the ink makes a nice pattern and makes the shirt look even cooler? I bet it won't. Could look nice. It's not gonna. You don't know my tastes. Oh, okay, here's an idea. I'll put little gate things at the entrance that you need to walk through when you leave. Little fence things. Nope, not fences. They'll be like gates, like the sides of the gates from Jurassic Park, kind of. Jurassic Park? The movie? Jurassic Park? Haven't heard of it. Seriously? No, I've never. It's a great movie. Haven't seen it. You gotta see Jurassic Park. Wow, that sure was a crazy adventure. What are we gonna do now, Doctor? Kid, I don't really know. But one thing's for sure. This park, it's super fucking Jurassic. Wow, yeah, that was really good. It's a great movie. A lot of swearing, though? A lot of swearing, yeah. So wait, what was the point of us watching this again? Oh, right. So like the gates at the entrance of the park? Sure. So we'd put some of those at the entrance, so when you walk through them, the dinosaur pops out? No, it'll just make a big noise if you leave without paying. No, will that help? Well, everybody in the store will know you did it, and you'll feel shame. Oh, no, I don't ever really feel that. I listen to music at full volume from my phone speakers in the bus. Okay, then I'll hire a guy. To shame me, it's not gonna work. No, he'll stand at the entrance of the store for 8 hours a day just waiting for someone to try what you're trying. And what if he sees someone do it? He'll yell at them, maybe run after them and tackle them. Oh. Maybe bring them to a little room and call the police. Okay, well, I'm pretty...
I agree. We had that talk a while ago. You guys remember that? We had this talk years ago, but I agree with you. This was in the middle of the real estate stuff. We were talking about this. Literally, people only care about their monthly payment. I can't stress this enough, because a lot of people don't understand. It's like the car dealership. When you go to the car dealership and they don't ask you shit. They just said, how much do you want your payment to be? Because then they'll financially engineer it to get you your payment, so you have to agree. But yeah, don't underestimate. It's like a very... Again, if you're more likely to get brainwashed over like the politics shit and all of that, just like think about it. Most people, in the average American consumer, the average person is more likely to get incentivized by the monthly payment than the true value. A lot, believe me, you would be surprised how many people exist out there that, like I'm saying, if you find me a number that meets my monthly payment, I'm gonna do it. It doesn't matter what, I don't care about the down the line or this, if it's overpassed or not. It's very simple. I say $400 a month, I'm gonna buy that car. Don't care if I end up spending triple the price. You mean to tell me I could get what I want at my budget? $400 a month, boom, I'm happy. Again, a house, I could live and I could own a home and get there. I don't, who cares, what closing who, what, it doesn't matter. Boom, let's go, let's do it. As long as it meets your payment, most people are gonna do it. If they are oriented that way, which sadly is a lot of people. Yeah, people calculate what they can afford based on their paycheck, not their annual income. Yeah, because that's it. They see their check. That's go back even further. That's why when we talk about jobs and employment versus not and price stability, that's why having a job is more important to some people than not. Because if you have a job and you have a check, that's what you're living off of. That's how it works. You know what I'm saying? As long as that check comes in, you feel good. Check no come in, you feel bad. Check come in, I spend this much. Check only this much, I only spend this much. That's it. That's why paycheck to paycheck, all of that. So jobs are important. And that's why most people, it is, I'm not saying this is correct. I think this is actually sadly wrong. And this is what keeps people in a lifestyle that never changes and keeps them in a cycle of debt and never advancing. But unfortunately, don't underestimate how many people exist in the world and how many people actually operate with that type of mentality. It's more common than you think. They used to be, because the monthly payments are lower, but then again, like people are, that's why lately everybody has felt good over the last couple of years, because once you got a job, even if you didn't want the job, you could have found one with more pay, or even if you left it, you were quickly getting another one. So, but until the job market, that's why people are so worried about the job market, because you got to think about it. If the job market starts seizing up, and now people can't get those checks, then people's behavior will change very, very big. It's not going to be a subtle change, but if those checks stop coming in, people are going to flip. That made you have the realization? I hope so, man. I hope. This is why I tell you guys, always save, even from your paycheck. Whatever you get on the paycheck, save 10% and put it away, live off the rest, and before you know it, you know you're gonna have an account that grows. And even if nothing else in your life changes, then that's it. That's what I was thinking about, bro. That's why when I gave the little pre-philo today, because I was just thinking about it, bro. I was like, damn. Think about it. Are you ready? 5 Chads. Take 5 people who encountered me and they did not save up 3-4 years ago, right? They make less than 30 grand a year, whatever it is. And then they started adding to the long term and doing this. 5 people now, if their accounts got up to 20K off 200, 300 a month, that's 100 grand of assets right there. For every 5 people. Oh, come on, bro. You get what I'm saying? That's why I was like, bro, some of y'all need to realize y'all grew. Y'all growing. Now you got money too. And y'all got backing behind it. It's amazing. But again, this is like your paycheck. So I'm saying if you live in that paycheck mentality, it's hard to escape. But once you start saving that 10%, bro, that's it. Before you know it, ratata. And then there you go. I agree. The hardest part is beginning. Because when you begin, you're like, why the fuck would I do this? Nothing's going to happen. Because guess what? You think nothing's going to happen, but in reality, it will. Yeah, honestly, I think the Cult Sister is probably the better account. Because you know what I realized about Cult Sister? Because this account is 2 years old. This account is very realistic. This account was started at the highs of 2022. It even got discouraged and missed out on a couple of dip buys. And then it also bought some other things. And it makes sense. She's a liberal. That's why, you know, like, think about it. But there's something really funny about this account. And again, look, so $200 a month. This account started, I think she only put $500 in. She did not start in with a lot. She was very skeptical. She didn't even want to do it until it was too late. And then right when it started going down, she said, no, I'm not doing that anymore. But here, there's something really funny. And this is why I'm saying this account is very, look at this, 2 years. Again, 2 years, you encounter me with a couple $100 and you save up, I could make sure you at least have a bag. And that's what I'm saying. That's why some of y'all need to have confidence. Y'all came in here with nothing. Now you got something. So are you ready? Are you ready for the caveat with this account? It's hilarious. The caveat, she bought the highs, started it at the worst time, but this is why I think it's ultra realistic. No, she deposited, but the deposit has never gone up. Come on, bro. So it still grows. Again, it's still up 50, 60%. Again, she didn't have this extra $4,000 or $5,000, and it's there. But do you think about it? Bro, the deposit doesn't even go up. So my other account, I'm trying to raise it. I'm like, oh, I want to save. I want to save more. Oh, we're going to keep saving. We're going to keep saving. We're going to do this, right? No, she said, fuck that. She got sold on it at all-time highs, decided to do it, panicked when it sold off. The only good thing she did was keep depositing, but then her deposit never went up. So again, I started the original long-term. I started it with $200 a month, just like this account, but then every year I raised it by 10%. You know, so 200 turned into 220. Then 220 turned into 240, 240 turned into 260. Then before you know it, we're at 300, right? This account, no, never. That's it. Once she got on the $200 a month plan, she never changed it at all. At all. And then that's it. The dividend yield, it's about the same, I think, the percentage, but let's see. So her portfolio is $11,000. Damn, she's getting $341. So it's actually better than the yield. She's making less money, but she at least gets a month and a half of free deposits, or at least 1 month of free deposits. So now in my small account, I deposit $300 a month. In the big account, I deposit $3,000 a month. So, and then this account stays the same for the last couple of years at $200. Because she don't want to save anymore. So this is a really realistic account. Like I'm saying, you could have started at all-time highs, been late to the party, panicked a little bit, got good, got bad, but then it's like you're still making money, and it's not like even the growth and this, like, you know, chart that's just going straight up. She did it without even raising deposits or anything of that nature. This is just saving. This is assuming she made $24,000 a year. And my sister has multiple college degrees and way higher earnings potential. That's why it's even sad she's saving this at bare minimum. But then again, she is a liberal, so I what am I to say? But, you know, I did this for her because I loved her. But I don't know. I still love her, but that's it. If she keep bothering me on some stuff, I might have to say you're on your own. But very, very realistic. she's pretty much the same. She just acts oblivious towards it. That's why I say it's funny. That's why, like, my sister reminds me of, like, the stock trading extreme liberals. Because I'm like, y'all love to criticize it, but you love to benefit off of it at the same time. We're all hypocrites. It's okay. Don't take it personally. That's just a normal account. Just a normal brokerage. She still has a 401k. So that's good. Well, oh, maybe. That could be it. But even then, the bond shouldn't be up still. Even if the Japan was going to be liquidating, it makes no sense. Change your life for you. If not,
Shit,
that's
Coco.
good, man.
Thank you,
Good,
Coco.
Eric. Are you the
Appreciate
other, no, you're
it.
the good Eric. I had to. So I don't know. Somebody on my Instagram, you commented on my reel, and you were like, "Oh, I would do this, but you never answer me on stream." So I blocked you from my Instagram as well too. Okay, but so I don't know if that was you. I think his name was Eric. So it's good to see you, but you are blocked from my Instagram now. So if you did comment that, you might want to double check. Yeah, I don't play around with that shit, bro. As I said, I'm over that little shit. Earnings, I don't think so. I don't think we're gonna be doing them today. You do fall? Okay, then you're good then. Clap Tuesdays, baby. Amen. Amen. Toll Keys and Cody today. Oh, I like Cody. The Mexican makeup. Why'd I say Mexican? I think I was thinking of some carne asada. Should we be averaging no matter the price? No, I mean, that's the beauty of the market. At one point, when the market is heavily correlated and it only goes straight up, then just buy randomly. You know what I'm saying? But if there's you're getting 5% on cash, there's a big divergence between growth and value, I would pick and choose. I feel like clapping's going insane for the next couple of months. I mean, I'm just gonna keep doing what I'm doing, man. That's it. If I don't vibe, I don't want to deal with it. Zero tolerance, and just keep it pushing. You know what I'm saying? That's it. We just keep moving. That's it. Get it out my way. Boom. Stiff arm. Move. Ba 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 ba. Boom. Keep going. That's it. Just keep it moving, baby. If it ain't my time, then who time is it? That's all you got to do. You going for all? Yeah. Don't go with. I mean, you have to really make the decision with options. If you notice the wasting, then that's it. I mean, I wouldn't get discouraged and keep buying, but I would just. It doesn't sound like our problem is averaging down. Our problem is you got to make your decision for Christ. What I mean by that, you have to decide to actually own long term. If you're not sick of the options and you want temporary money, that's a different decision. But once you really make your decision long term, I want every dollar, because that's the beauty. Every dollar we put in, it stays there. Whereas the options fluctuate. I think that's what you got to kind of figure out. I don't think it's the other way around. I'm greedy. You want both? Yeah. So usually the man walks away with nothing. Who wants both? You know what I'm saying? Like, do you have a girlfriend? Or do you have a wife? Go tell her. Say, hey, baby, I want a girlfriend and a wife. Tell me what happens. Yeah, so most of that does, yeah, pigs get slaughtered, they say. You think we uninvert as soon as we, well, yeah, we should, because once they cut, theoretically, the rates will be lowered, then the 2 years should come down. But ideally, I don't care when it uninverts, but when the cut happens, that'll probably be the signal. In Mexico, we say como el perro de las two tortas. So, like, what the dog wants is 2 pieces of bread. I don't know. Is that the translation? Dog ate half my loaf, like the dog of the 2 tortas. The dog eats from 2 tortas. I love tortas. Gotta love it. You've never heard that saying, and I'm Mexican? Yeah, I think homie just made it up. I know a lot of Mexican people. I never hear any of them talk about a perro and a torta. So, I don't know. I'm going to just vibe with it, but I don't think. What are the odds they start a war to distract everyone over the fact inflation is killing us? You know, you literally have 2 active, like, armed conflicts going on in the world right now. You've been having people defend murder and war and killing in Russia and Ukraine for 2 years. And then almost for the last year, you've had very hardline groups defend a lot of killing in the Middle East. So, I mean, it's kind of already happening. The only difference between now and history is that this time the government has public support. That's never happened. That's the craziest part. That's why I'm tripping out. So again, even in the 60s, and even when they try to institute, random person, and like people were like, no, that's not democratic. Again, even when